Director Hibbard, we'll let you lead the, let me first of all check with Mr. Richards. Are we good to begin 277?
Yes, this is a new agency. The Joint Appropriations Committee has not separated this out prior to this session. It is a separate book. None of the requests in that book are new. They're all duplicated within each individual agency as well.
All right. With that, Director Hibbard, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Don, for that lead in. Today on the schedule, I've been asked to explain how did we get here. And it's really quite simple, is that 2 years ago with the prior Joint Appropriations Committee, we'd be moving along, great head of steam, and then all of a sudden we get into a TRP for $1,800. And the conversation would take 25, 30 minutes. And really what the problem was is that the directors, unfortunately, had differences of opinion of what the ETS policy should be. We've corrected that with today's conversation. It's clear that ETS is the enterprise responsibility for the policy. We want to make sure that that's absolutely clear. They established a policy. You heard this morning a lot of conversations of why, and I won't get into that, but you did hear why this morning. So at any rate, then Senator Nethercott had asked for an interim topic discussion on this. There has to be a better way. So that interim topic conversation took place on May 8th of 2024 in Laramie. And in the history of all things in the legislature, you will see that I wrote a letter and I explained what the pattern was, what we were going to work together on, and how we were going to accomplish that. I threw out several alternatives and then I came to a recommendation. So today, you have a TRP book, and in my recommendation to the interim topic and to the Joint Appropriations Committee then, that my guarantee was that you would have this book. And this book would give you all the information that you needed to have to make TRP discussions and not get distracted at each agency's budget hearing. So basically, our motivation is to have the Joint Appropriations Committee, when they see the clearly defined TRP items for hardware and software in the agency's budgets, to say, please proceed to the next item because we've had the TRP conversation. The reason why I didn't fully implement the recommendation that I suggested in May of 2024 is one very simple thing. By statute, no different than some of the comments that I'll make with the federal government, by statute, equipment has to be zero-based. It has to be one time. So in order for us to facilitate that ask, we have more than 700 requests for TRP. Now, TRP is an essential function now of government. When I started the state government, maybe 1 out of 10 people had a computer. And that computer might be worth, 6 months of salary for one individual. So there was a strong motivation to have that conversation on a one-time basis. And also the federal government feels the same way even today about that. And I'll lead into some conversations about that in a second. So really, when I'm finished having this conversation with you today as the director of the State Budget Department, I'm going to hand this off to Erica Legursky, and she'll talk about policy. But I'm going to talk about budget. So with that lead in, what I'm going to start you off on is just to go to the very first page in the TRP book. Now, this is no different than the CAPCON book. You have Agency 27 is the State Construction Department. 227 is the CAPCON. Agency 77 is the ETS budget. 277 is the TRP budget. So what we've done, in the very top left-hand corner, you say is 277 TRP. And in this case, the division happens to be the agency. So then it tells you the governor's office, secretary of state, treasurers, and it goes by division, and it tells you what page number is the table of contents. You go through this and it'll give you the table of contents. So when you're in a conversation with an agency, they'll have a exception priority, TRP, and you'll know where to look in the TRP book. It's all laid out in that fashion. So I'm just going through the table of contents, and now I'm on page 12. This is the meat and bones of the whole idea behind the TRP. So what you can see here is that you can see that by division, by agency in this case, Governor 0001, you'll see there's a request for $40,405. I turn the page. Now here comes the real strength of the conversation. You will see on page 13 that the roll-up, no different than what we see everywhere in the budget. You'll see the roll-up that says the TRP is $8,290,176. That should be really surprising to the fact that we spend so much time on TRP, but it's $8 million. We have a $11 billion budget request that the governor has in front of you, and TRP is 8, but we're going to spend the supernormal amount of time to discuss TRP. No, what we've tried to do is develop a new process to where this is much simpler, and that's what we're having a conversation about today. So then what you see is the breakdown. Remember I talked about funds distribution? It's not to be a shiny object to distract you. Funds distribution should be intent. By intent, this is how this is funded. And you will see that there is a $6.6 million ask for general funds. There's a $364,000 ask for federal, and there's a $1.2 million ask for special revenue. So funds distribution is important to us. If we don't funds distribute, we don't collect from the special revenue agencies, we don't collect from the federal government. But there is a twist on this, and I want to be very careful on this because we can't statewide cost allocate computers. CFR 200, federal guidance, says that computers have to be a direct cost. So I can't do the statewide cost allocation. I can't pull this in and sum it up and pay for it and then turn it around and have the federal government pay their share and have the state agencies pay that share. Fund distribution, big deal. That's $1.7 million right there. If you don't, we lose out on that. But that's not the end of the story. And this is where it might get a little bit confusing. So I want to just make sure that I'm really clear about the other aspect of this. So the statewide cost allocation, which we can't do, would have been able to recover this if we had that choice. We don't. We can't do the statewide cost allocation. The federal government will allow us to do that. But the other thing about it is you'll see that in the Department of Health on page 294, I'm not asking you to turn to page 294, I'm just citing this. You'll see that they have a $1.5 million request for TRP in general funds. Well, Department of Health, you have a lot of federal funds. Why is it general funds? Well, the reason is because we have the statewide cost allocation that the state budget department bills, and then that statewide cost allocation actually influences the Department of Health's indirect cost allocation negotiated rate. They have a negotiated rate that they put on every single direct cost that makes deposits into the general fund, just like statewide cost allocation. So the picture of that $6.6 million, $1.5 million of that general fund actually gets forwarded to the Department of Health, and then they have an indirect cost allocation agreement. The Department of Family Services is that way. To Workforce Services is direct relationship. So it's kind of strange there. So I just wanted to say that we're in a place where, because the federal government doesn't allow us to recover those dollars, that has to be a direct cost. We're at risk about $3 million. We simply can't recover it that way. But there's another problem too, and that is the Federal Acquisition Regulation. Federal Acquisition Regulation, FAR. What that says is that those that purchase these have to go through an inventory, and they also have to have a disposal methodology and requirement to report on these assets they purchase. These include computers. And there's further things that you have to do when they exceed $10,000. But there's two things that's going on in the federal government that require. So what happens is the agencies have to do the CFA, Schedule of Expenditures and Awards. They have to do the subrecipient rewarding, and all these things that we talked about in the Grants Management Office. That is really what we do to support the local governments, all the federal requirements. We have to go through that very same process. But when we have these computers, there's more to it than simply trying to capture the dollars. We have to do reporting on assets that enhance. So The rollout of that is, that I'm just trying to express that I can't recover this money through the statewide cost allocation, and I don't suggest that we change the whole relationship with the agencies having the asset, because I don't think that, particularly the State Budget Department, we don't want to be doing the FAR reporting. So what it really rolls down to is, Mr. Chairman, is this, that we met, we had an interim topic, we said we'd give you a TRP book, and we've done that. A bridge too far for me would have been to put it into the standard budget, because statutorily I can't do that. But you can. There's an option that you can consider between now and the time that you go to the floors. If you make a small adjustment to the State Budget Department statutes that say the computers, the TRP and specificity can be included in the Chapter 17 report, then we can avoid 700 exception requests throughout all the agency's budget, and you'll have a Chapter 17. You'll naturally want to say, in accordance to the book that's provided, so you want to say that this TRP book or something of that same nature is added to that, so that you have this available to make the decisions. Inside of the Chapter 17, if we have the statutory authority to do so, still doesn't prohibit you from going in there and making changes. You can make changes in the Chapter 17. The Chapter 17 develops the standard budget. So let me give you a quick example of that.
So I'm glad you raised that, because it streamlines it, and it doesn't prevent this committee from denying certain requests. But at the same time, do we get a sufficient explanation going through? Okay.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. You will want to specify, if you choose to do that legislation, you will want to specify that you continue to get this summary document. And then that will lead all the information that you need, and then you can have in the Chapter 17. You're absolutely right. Nothing prohibits you from making reductions in the Chapter 17 report. But you'll get a book like this produced by ETS, the State Budget Department. You can make decisions from it in the Chapter 17, but we will not have 700 exception requests scattered throughout all the budgets, and then have 100 separate directors having difference of opinion about ETS policy. Absolutely. So where I was headed, and the final answer to this is to suggest this. If you were to make that small change in the statute, and you were to make it specific to the TRP book, and make it specific that this document, a semblance, or this was available to you to make decisions from, then a lot of things would happen. You'd shrink the total number of requests in the budget by 700. That's an estimate, I didn't count them, but I think 700 is really close. You would have a policy conversation, just like we're going to have today with the State Budget Department and the Director of ETS about TRP, and then you can make decisions on your policy for your replacement partner in concert with the conversation they had earlier this morning, all those things together. And then what you'd be able to do is really narrow in on a lot of savings. One of the savings is all the pages that we print in the agency's budgets, all the time that we spend together, reviewing those, not only for you, but with the governor's office when we get there, and how we roll that in and all those things. But most importantly, what it would achieve is the vision that the Joint Appropriations Committee had, and the task that they put in front of the ETS and the State Budget Department, is to have a process that you can make decisions from, that you can have authority over, and not have the significant obstacles that we put in front of ourselves. So, Mr. Chairman, my recommendation is please consider draft legislation to change the Budget Department's statutes to allow TRP to be put into the Chapter 17. Now, one obvious question would be, TRP, like the State Budget Department, this biennium, we're buying all our computers. We won't buy any computers next biennium. That's true for a lot of different places. So Kevin, how can you assure that we're doing the right numbers? Because ETS and the State Budget Department are going to define that early on, prior to the Chapter 17 report at the end of September, and we will have the budgets in line with what the replacement is on the inventory that ETS controls. So I've thought about that too. So we can manage that in the Chapter 17 if you're so inclined to do so. Or if you like this process and it is satisfactory, you say, okay, we can skip these conversations with the agencies because we've had a really good conversation with the State Budget Department and with ETS, then you can just accept this as the final document. I honestly think that this is a really good start, but there's a consideration that we could make for the next step. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm available for questions, and otherwise I'll turn this over to, at your pleasure, to Deputy Director Legursky.
Mr. Co-Chair, do you have a follow-up? Okay. Any questions? Senator Guru.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So this is something that we were talking about at dinner last night, but also talking about offline with staff too. This would also give us, at least the way I vision what you're saying is, by putting this all into one place, then ETS, if we, once approved, ETS then would have the whole picture all the way across the board from all the departments. It could then take advantage of purchasing at times when the time was right to get the best price, making decisions about what the subscription agreements, being able to do it more globally. And then also, and the key then is for their staff to be able to put together a work timeline. So yeah, you buy $1.5 million worth of computers for the Department of Health, but you would be able to spread that out. You'd be able to start to spread it out over every month. The staff would know they're gonna do 100 computers across the enterprise, 25 here, 25 there, 25 here, 25 there, but be able to do it and spread out their work so they don't have peaks and valleys where they have to have AWAC positions or have to hire extra people because they got to do this all at once. Does those economies also start to play into that, which would be a big savings?
Mr. Chairman, absolutely, that all those things are true. And that's happening now, and we have the economy of scales, we have the strategic sourcing, and also we have the funds distribution. We have the money in the agency's budgets, and then ETS has control of the money that's in the agency's budget, and the agencies have the responsibility for the FAR reporting. All that comes together in this process. And also, if you have, let's find ourselves back in 2020, and you have to do the tough thing, and we start cutting programs, right? So if you go to every agency budget, you got the department priority list, and you start at the bottom, you cut that program. Well, the money for the TRP is still in the agency. You cut that program, you've cut that TRP. Otherwise, if you just bury it somewhere else and you don't have the knowledge of where to cut, you don't know what it costs you really to run a program, a lot of different things. So the suggestion that we're making here today is keep the funds distribution in the budget through the TRP book, but give the responsibility just exactly the way that Senator Guru explained with ETS to make sure that they get the full advantage of economies of scale.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. So maybe this is a question to Mr. Richards. That isn't a very big bill, is it? I mean, that would be it's not a technical correction, it is a policy choice, but that isn't a in-depth kind of piece of legislation, is it?
Mr. Richards?
Mr. Chairman, no, it's a relatively short piece of legislation if that's the direction the committee desires.
Any further questions for the Director? Hibbert. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director. And I do appreciate this first step towards streamlining this process and trying to get us to see a big picture. Just wondering about pros and cons in terms of options moving forward. So you've presented us with one option. What if we looked at this like a capital construction budget? Again, pros and cons that it would be its own, in the budget bill versus standalone, or looked at it like a major maintenance formula. Thank you.
Director?
Has been considered, and I understand the question. Even in major maintenance, you have the major maintenance formula that allocates to certain facilities for special revenue. This idea that I presented here maintains that relationship. And you do have the 277 book, which is similar to the major maintenance, but it's simply not a percentage that's given to the agencies. The percentage given to the agency, man, would that be wonderful? I could just cost allocate that. But the stumbling block is that the federal government, like the legislature that made the choice to make this zero-based budgeting for equipment, the federal government has CFR 200, and they also have the FAR. So there's a relationship in here that's not true with the major maintenance. Now, to your credit, major maintenance is a function of the statewide cost allocation, but they're state facilities, and they get allocated. There's services that were provided, and then that gets allocated, predicated on square foot to the allowable cost through the statewide cost allocation and eventually to the indirect cost allocation. This is just got a really big stumbling block on it for the CFR 200.
Follow-up?
And I guess what about the idea of looking at it as a Capcom approach, or I guess a fourth option is putting this, what we'll call today 277, as a unit under ETS, like pros and cons there.
Right, so, Mr. Chairman,
Director?
the obvious con to that is that we'd be sacrificing the ability to collect $3 million in special revenue in federal funds. That's the big con, meaning the big obstacle to overcome. Do you want to give up $3 million in perpetuity on a biennial basis? That's what we're discussing. And I've considered that question repeatedly, and I've explored that opportunity. But it really comes down to the CFR 200, my inability to capture those federal funds, and also the indirect cost allocation was double with the Department of Health and then the special revenue funds. I won't go into the statewide cost allocation development, but I think at some point in time, the committee might want to hear from us in maybe an interim topic or something, just have us walk you through how the statewide cost allocation works from A to Z. I've done that repeatedly, and I think it's an opportunity for the future.
Other questions? Okay. Director Hibbard, thank you for that
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
explanation. Yes. Okay, are we ready to move on?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Legursky,
If
please.
you're ready to move on, I was just trying to figure out with my notes if I should start with the end in mind or if I should back up.
We
So,
always like to start with the end in mind.
so I'll probably go with the end in mind and then we can revert back. Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, one of the things that I have not talked to Kevin about and that I actually had in my talking notes was that since this is a first step, is there some conversations that we can have like we just had? One of the things that we had floated around as well as we were talking internally was we have the 400 series. We talked a little bit about that today where we have the telecom that comes in there. Could there be like a 430? So we have 410, 420. Could there be a 430 that would be technology replacement? I don't want to put Director Hibbert on the spot, but that was one of the things that we had talked about, that we were thinking that after this conversation, since this is a first step at this, and in talking to Mr. Richards, that maybe we would be a little further along. I had not thought about the Chapter 17, so maybe that takes care of that. But those are conversations that we're open to having and would be willing to have those further conversations. One of the things that we repeatedly heard, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not sure how much of you were involved in that, was a couple of years ago within the governor's office, we did kind of an ANI ETS consolidation conversation. One of the things that we repeatedly heard, aside from the BRMs and having that strategic partner, was the TRP. Agency directors don't really want to think about TRP, right? They want to make sure the conversation that we've had, that their computers function, that their printers function, that they can just focus on their day-to-day missions. And so that was one of the things that we've been thinking about, is it is our core mission to have that technology and make sure that that technology is functioning and that it's safe and secure. So how can we take on that onerous responsibility for those agencies so that they can worry about whatever else they need to do? So one of the things, and just kind of to look at my talking points, that you're going to see in some of the TRP requests that come out, agencies have done a fairly good job. I really do think that they've done a really good job with, as we've matured this process and through the, what we refer to as the OCIO review. It's the Office of the Chief Information Officer. I was in the treasurer's office for 15 years, and so when I say CIO, I think of the Chief Investment Officer. So only being in ETS for a year, I have to make sure that I do the information officer. So if I say that wrong, I do that periodically. So one of the things that we recognized is that, like I just said, agencies have competing priorities, and that they must balance competing mission priorities, budget constraints, and operational demands. And as a result of that, some agencies may not choose to give the full ETS recommendation that we give them, and that's understandable. But when they do that, we have ongoing challenges of outgoing hardware that leads to reliability issues, security vulnerabilities, which we've talked about a lot today, and then higher support and maintenance costs, like you had heard, that if the further those get out, the harder that is to maintain. So we do recommend that there is a turnover of 50% of those every year. That's usually just for what we would consider in ETS kind of the standard TRP. That's just your laptop and your desktops. But there are some other things that need to be replaced, of course, and that's your monitors, your printers. Those have a longer time frame of maybe 4 years to 7 years. And those are things that we could take on that owner's responsibility of telling an agency, you need to replace your computer every 4 years, and then every 7 years you can come in and replace your monitors. So those are things that we have talked about. What Senator Grew had mentioned, he was spot on. Right now, for those agencies that do the TRP requests, is we may have an agency that has 400 to 600 computers that they're trying to replace. They get the funding through an appropriation. They make that determination when they want to replace those computers. But we may have 3 or 4 other agencies that have also decided to replace at that time because if it's a downtime. What we've calculated that we think is that we could probably replace efficiently 200 to 250 computers a month. If we could have a little bit more, I hesitate to use the word control, but if we could have a little bit more control over that replacement, we could have the buying power when we go to purchase those, because it is based on, at the time of purchase, right, what you get in those prices. We could also have that efficiency of agencies not waiting for us to be in the queue to get those replaced. We could work with them and say, we have 2 to 3 months, this window, which one of these 2 to 3 months would work best for you? And then we could deploy their computers. So those are some things that I call my utopia, right, that I would like to do if we could. Any questions on that before I go backwards?
Let's see if anybody has any questions for Deputy Director Legursky. I have one. I mean, when you're making these large purchases, do you have enough storage space until you can install these computers, or monitors, or whatever it might be?
Mr. Chairman, right now we have kind of limited space at the Emerson building, but we do have some space at the Rogers building. We have all of our stuff set up at the Emerson building. We try to get those out fairly quickly, but I do think that would be something that we could look at. And if we could get those shipments that could come in at different times, I think that we could reduce that, as long as we knew what that rotation was versus this kind of ebbs and flows based on the agencies.
Reason to have control of that, managing that for storage space. Director Hibbert.
Mr. Chairman, there's a process called purchase order contract. A purchase order contract is you sit up front and you do RFI and RFP on the number of widgets that you buy. I have experience with this with WIDOT, tires for patrol cars. We never inventoried them. We had a purchase order contract. We let it out to bid, and they said they would provide those tires for this time frame at this price and deliver them upon request. That's no different than computers. You don't need to have a warehouse. What you need to have is a purchase order contract that they agree to provide you that computer in this fashion at this date for this price through this time period. And then there's nothing restricting ETS from writing a purchase order with 15, 20, 30 different lines on it with different agencies and their funds distribution codes. So really the purchase order contract, think of tires, think of oil, think of gasoline, think of asphalt, all those other things that we do under purchase order contract.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Legursky.
Good, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, just wanted to give you kind of a little bit of an idea of, we have what we call the OCIO review process. It usually starts early spring. And so we have also talked about maybe reducing the timing on this. So when we have that process, what we do is we have a couple of different teams in ETS that look at what is our computers, is usually what we've looked at right now. So like, again, when we think of traditional TRP, it's those laptops and those desktops. We look at those and say, this agency has X amount of computers that they have. Over the last couple of years, we would see how many of those are end of life. Then what we do is we do a calculation to say, in the prior year's appropriation, did they get any money to replace those computers? And we subtract that. So for example, the governor's office had 8 computers that are end of life that needed to be replaced. You'll see in this request that they've asked for those 8 laptops. So that would be one that we assume they are taking the ETS recommendation and they're using the ETS pricing for those. So we have that conversation with the agencies. We also do that based on their staffing needs. So you might have an agency that just needs a standard computer. You might have an agency that we talked about yesterday, and I know that A&I has one of these where you have a CAD computer that they use when they're doing stuff with state construction. They need a higher powered computer. The state treasurer's office needs higher powered computers for their investment purposes that they need. You may also have state forestry that needs a rugged computer. So those are things that we talk to those agencies about and say, what do you need for your functionality? And then that's where we have those pricings that come into those. So with what Director Hibbert had said, we would still continue to have those conversations with those agencies and figure out what that is. But then if we could get that on a time frame and know what rolling forward those were by position, it would make that a lot easier, one, for us to do an inventory, knowing what that was, and then hopefully as we get that more mature, that you guys would know what a consistent pricing is on those. One of the conversations that had come up is with new EFTs. I know that you're going to see in here that there are a couple of EFT requests. I think it was the Secretary of State's office, or sorry, FTs. There I go again with my transposition, with my dyslexia, sorry. With the right, there we go. I was going to say, resorting back to my days at the treasurer's office, I apologize. When we do the FTE count, those you'll see in the TRP, but we have had some conversations about those are going to be new things that we're going to have to figure out what those positions need to do. Do they need a standard computer or do they need a rugged one? I think that those would be ones then that should come, you know, in front of the governor and in front of you to make those decisions. If you approve those positions, then that would move forward, and if not, then those would just be removed, but they wouldn't automatically be in that count, if that makes sense. So for that, so one of the things that we do, and then within that process, once we get through the OCIO review, we have those conversations with the agencies. We look at what their needs are. They go back and decide what they want to ask for, what they don't want to ask for, and then they put in what we call an OCIO review. We look at it for the technical aspect, the security aspect, and then also the cost aspect. That is usually when we'll go back to the agencies and recommend whatever's in our standard pricing list that we had. Keeping in mind we do that very, very early, late spring, early summer. By the time agencies put in their requests in August to the governor and finalize those budgets, some of those figures may change. And so we're not going to know what they are until we get the final budget book. So there might be some discrepancies in there. That is part of the reason that we have this agency IT budget summary request book. It's a lot of information. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. There's a lot of information and a lot of books that we gave you guys on this, on the TRP. One of the reasons that we decided to do the full book this year, so this budget summary book, this has all of the IT requests that went through the OCIO review. So to Director Hibbert's point earlier today, 70% of the requests that come through the OCIO review are for TRP. The other roughly 30 are going to be things like we talked about today with our enterprise platform. You'll have a DOC request for about 12 million that you guys will talk about later. So we have 70% of the stuff that we review that's about $8 million, and about 30% of the stuff that you guys are going to see throughout the week that the agencies are going to discuss, which is a little over 50 million. So what we wanted to do in those is how can we make this easy for you and so that you're having that best information. If you wouldn't mind turning to this page, and I'll just go through this just briefly before we get to TRP. If you turn to page 248, the reason I picked on this agency, is just because this was a question that had come up yesterday. Representative Pendergraph, you had a question regarding the $3,018 that was in the Judicial Conduct and Ethics Commission. This agency right here, and this is just based on, like I said, our OCIO review that we do, and then we compared that with the agency budget books and the TRP. On here, you'll see that there's a priority number 1. What we've done, and hopefully this is helpful for you, is that we tried to put what page number it's on in the agency budget book, as well as what page number it's on in the TRP book. The budget amount requested is going to be what they submitted to you, and that should match what's in the budget book. And then below that, where it talks about OCIO review, that is what came to us to review when we gave them the approval number. If it says no additional comments and considerations, that means everything matched exactly like it should. You'll see right below that, it's still priority number 1. So kind of at the bottom of page 248, it's still priority 1, page 8 of the agency's budget book and page 410 of the TRP book. They had originally asked us for 4 Microsoft G1 licenses. By the time it got to the governor's desk and has gotten to you, they reduced that to 1. We're not 100% sure why that was reduced, but it fits within the recommendation that we give. So we just said that we're supportive of the governor's recommendation on there. If you'll jump over to page 250, at the very bottom, you'll see priority number 2, and that is the WordPerfect 2021. So when we did, and so Representative Pendergraph, when you were looking at that, and I'm not sure if you were looking at a $500 difference, in the TRP that you're gonna see that agency's totaled $2,518. Their overall request is then gonna include this $500, which was the $3,018. As far as our security review and our OCIO review, it met technical standards, it met security standards. We don't, however, support that functionality anymore, and we know that this is an agency need that they have requested, that they had mentioned yesterday. Those are the types of things that we want the agencies to come back and talk to you guys about, not us. So when you look at this book here, this book is going to show you, this book will match the agency's budget book, and then you'll be able to see what is in the TRP. If you'll humor me for one more, if you would turn to page 141. This is just an example of where there might be a slight discrepancy, and as you're going through this, you guys have asked very, very good detailed questions, which we appreciate very much. On the bottom of this page, you're going to see that it was a priority number 1 for the Wyoming Department of Transportation. When they originally came to us, they asked for 88 standard laptops and docking stations. When you look through your agency budget book, you're gonna see that their item count is 13, but their dollar amount ties to 38. So with the dollar amount that you guys should approve in the budget, and which is what we had approved for their recommendation in looking at this, is that they can actually purchase 38 computers for the amount that they have requested in the budget book. So that's just the type of review that we have gone through to look at these in that type of detail. We've done that with the TRP, but then we've also done that with what we call kind of non-TRP items. So that's how this book can be utilized.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
So is that straightforward? Is that transparency?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead.
Chairman Salazar, if I'm understanding the question right, I'm hoping to say yes. That it's not very transparent in the budget book request that you will have, but what we were trying to do with this book was to make that transparent to you, that you're going to see that 13 that's going to be asked. You're going to see that we have the 88 here, but then you'll see in our notes that we had recommended that the quantity requested should be 38 laptops based on the governor's recommendation. Yeah.
Okay, I understand. Okay, thank you.
So just to clearly understand what you just said, this, their budget is going to show for 38 laptops, a dollar amount. Is that 136.6, or is this 136 match the 88 that I see at the middle of this section?
So the governor's recommendation on there, Mr. Chairman, which includes the 38 laptops, is going to be the 136.6. So the dollar figure is not going to change. It was just a discrepancy in the kind of in the narrative, if you will, of that unit count.
So is 88 docking stations times 1460 not 128,000?
It is. Mr.
So-
Chairman, it would be better if I had you look at page, if you turn to page 280, and I'm not sure if it's 287 or 289 in the TRP book. We were hoping this would make this more transparent and not more confusing, so I apologize. If you turn to page 287 in the TRP book. You're going to see here in the middle of the page when it talks about object 242 hardware, that there's a number of units that's 13. And the 38 is what should be recommended to equal the total of the 55,480.
Okay. So on page 141 of this book, it says 136. That's not accurate. What is accurate is 63.6.
Yes.
For 38, which means that the number 13 here is on page 287 of this book is inaccurate. Okay, all right,
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Sorry
clear
about
as
that.
mud.
Clear as mud. So I just wanted to let you know that there is the two books. Hopefully that will make that easier, easier and not harder for you as you go forward. Mr. Chairman, there are, as Director Hibbert alluded to, we think of these requests in line items. So we had about 400 line items of data that we went through, and each one of those line items had multiple data points, which is where we get to that 700. I didn't know how you wanted to go through all of those agencies. If you want to digest this and talk to us, that's fine. Majority of those agencies, like I said, had used the ETS recommendation and the ETS pricing sheet. And then some of those have a little bit of variation to that. I didn't know if you wanted us to go agency by agency through that book, or if you guys had specific questions on the TRP book.
I'm going to ask the committee if they have a preference. I mean, ultimately, I think if we go agency by agency, we're going to struggle.
But yeah,
So I think maybe digesting it, but I don't want to speak for everybody. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you. I think I have a technical question. So when it comes to us voting or doing markup, would we be voting on this summary table on page 12 and 13? No.
Mr. Chairman.
Or, thank you.
All of these are in the agency books themselves. Very important question, because when it comes to the budget workup, what you will do is you'll introduce Gov's rec and then ask for changes to their recommendation, but you'll be acting upon the table. The table, like the one that Erica just pointed out, is correct, the math, the money. So you would move, Mr. Chairman, Gov's rec, and then act upon the table, not the narrative. But it's going to be, you'll be working each agency, so you'll open up the agency, you'll work that agency, and if you do Gov rec on the TRP, then that's fine. But it's always going to be in, and that would not be any different if we would have done it in the Chapter 17 for the standards. It's still Gov's rec, because the governor makes recommendation on standard as well as exception.
Okay, follow up, Representative Sherwood? I want to make it really clear to the committee that, you know, if you want to suggest a change other than the governor's rec on TRP, you better have studied this ahead of time, so that when you get to that agency that you're wanting to make that motion on, you know, and you're ready, and you get the motion made. Okay, all right. Seeing no other questions on our end, go ahead, Deputy.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, just one more thing that I forgot to mention was one of the things is the, how we come up with that standard pricing. I skipped over that inadvertently, I apologize. So just really quick, the majority of the items that we have on there, we purchase through what's called a NASPO agreement. It's the National Association of State Procurement Officials. So what they do is it's a pre-negotiated contract leveraged nationwide for buying power to secure competitive pricing. Our A&I procurement department is the one who holds that contract, and every state agency can go in and purchase off of those NASPO agreements. It's competitively bid within certain time periods. So some of them are 6 months, some of them are 3 months, depending on what you're actually trying to purchase, and then that will roll forward. So when we tried to do the standard pricing is, we have to look a little further out because some of those may change, but with where those pricings are right now, we tried to give a good idea of where where the laptop might be, by the time we do this, and those agencies are going to purchase that starting in July, where might that be so that we give them that adequate funding on that? One of the things that will happen is if the agencies, if you approve that TRP, those agencies then will come back to come back to ETS, and we'll either go through the purchasing process, or we have another contract review process where we'll do another security review to make sure that what we've said that was okay to purchase, that they haven't had any security breaches or anything within that time. The pricing will be within that range that is here for that standard pricing, and then we'll make those computer purchases. So I just wanted to kind of finalize that final conversation of that's how we've come up with that pricing. Things like keyboards, mice that are readily available, those we have kind of a range of like $25 to $85, depending on which type of ergonomical keyboard that you need. And you'll see that in those requests that those ranges are kind of between that $25 and $85. So I just wanted to give you an explanation of how we came up with that pricing.
Questions? All right, seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, if you wanted to digest this, ETS will make themselves available to have any questions that you guys want on this. There's a lot of information here, and it's very detailed. We tried, like I said, within the IT summary book to make it a little bit more transparent, but we're open for any time, and we would be happy to be called back at any time unless you guys have further questions or want us to dive deeper on any of the recommendations.
Okay, I appreciate that. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say thank you for the effort here. I don't know how many FTEs it takes, but your earlier comment, all told, we're looking at $8 million. And in the grand scheme of things, it's important for us to kind of work from the top down, I think. And so I find this very useful. You got everything you need if you really need to drill into it without tripping over the whole thing. Wouldn't you agree?
Mr. Chairman, I would agree. That was the intent of the whole process, is to spend the amount of time that's necessary for the relationship of the $8 million to the $11 billion total ask.
All right, do you have anything further?
No, Mr. Chairman, just Representative Pendergraft, I do want to echo that. It did take staff a lot of time on this. They have other duties, but we did kind of have a whole team together, if you will, to help put this together. So I do want to thank our staff for their time and effort in producing some of these reports.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a question. Now that you've done it once, I would anticipate, like most things, when you go to repeat the process, it's going to be a lot simpler, a lot faster.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, we actually have had a lot of conversations with this. This actually has initiated within our OCIO review process. There are about 3 times that the agencies have to come back to us for touch points to get approval numbers. We have talked about how do we make it so the agencies don't have to come back to us 3 times. Within this process, it was, I'm just caveating up front, there might be some errors in there, but it was because it was a lot of manual process. It was a significant manual process. How can we use our system better? How can we use our inputs better in that? One of the things that we also were looking at within the state budget department and also the state auditor's office is how can we better do tech spend? Is there some codes that we can use in our internal system, or are there things that we can utilize with the state auditor's office to help better track that tech spend and some of these requests? So we are going to do an after action review and then also an OCIO review to try and see how we can streamline this process so it is not, it's painful for us, and I know that it's painful for you guys and your staff. And so how can we make that a lot easier?
Please make sure that we get that after-action report, especially Representative Pendergraft, Representative Sherwood, Senator Grew, and Mr. Richards.
Mr. Chairman, along the lines of that question, if you'll turn to page 12, and we had the conversation about if you don't have this as a zero-based budget and you make it a standard budget, and how that relationship's, how difficult will it be to do it the next time? It's actually pretty simple for us now to do it next time. So imagine that you're in column 5 on page 12. That's the exception request. That is a column amongst many columns in IBARs. That's just a summary column. We've got 15, 20 columns behind that that we rolled up into it. And on a standard budget, we have just as many columns. We have the standalone bills, we have the section 300s, we have the section 2, all those things and behind the standard budget. So all we do would move, if you do the piece of legislation that allow the standard budget, all we would do is move that column that would sum to column 5, it would sum to column 3. That is relatively simple for us to do. So along those lines, yes, it's going to be much easier for us the next time, even if you decide to do it in a standard budget fashion.
Okay, all right. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we're grateful for you, you're presenting that and appreciative. We'll stay in touch. We will have more questions, I'm sure, and appreciate your being willing to get with us. Mr. Richards, I know we're about ready to go to the next agency, but before we do, I'd like to have a small sidebar with you and your staff and the committee over in the break room before we go on to the next thing. Okay, we're back in session, and Mr. Richards, please proceed.
Yes, good afternoon. Members of the committee, we're running a little bit behind schedule. This is Agency 006, the Department of Administration and Information, and Director Bach is here to introduce her team.
Director Bach, welcome to Joint Appropriations Team. I can't even speak anymore. Thank you very much. I called it team because we just were cheering in there, so we're back at it. We're actually a committee, so welcome.
Thank you, Chairman, and we are a team, and this is the A&I team. I've brought all the administrators with me. My name is Patricia Bach, I'm the director, and to my left, who you have seen quite often already and you will see again, is Rory Horsley, who is the CFO for A&I, but she also is the essentially CFO for 38 other agencies. So I also have Erin Williams with me. She's the HRD administrator. And to her right is Andrew Coleman, and he is the General Services Division Administrator. And behind me, directly behind me, is our deputy, Russ Noel. And then we have Karen Williams, who is the EGI Program Manager and Employees Group Insurance. And then to her right is Dr. Wenlin Liu. I think you all know him from Economic Analysis. And on my left, right behind me on my left, Barb Wallace is finance. She's going to be coming up under Rory because Rory is almost done with her time with the state. She's been here for 29 years. She told me about a year ago that she was going to retire, and I was like, you can't. So we have her for a little while longer, so we're double filling it and making sure everybody's ready to go when she decides to retire. So we have a couple other people back there just in case we get in the weeds. And but I wanted to thank you for the time. It's a pleasure to appear before this body every time we come. We are fully prepared to elaborate on any section in our budget. We believe it's a good budget that the governor has recommended. It's efficient. We run pretty bare bones at A&I. One of the things I'd like to spend a few minutes on is what we actually do, and probably only about 2 minutes because I know we're behind, so I'll do it very quickly. Our primary function is to support all the agencies. So that's essentially what we do. We're similar to budget, enterprise technology. We're an enterprise system. And I know when Erica was in here, she was reluctant to say control. Unfortunately, enterprise agencies have control. And we try to rein that in so that when they come and talk to you, they've been through budget, they've been through A&I, they've been through ETS, and they're able to have some of that ready to go for you to where you can ask questions, well, did you do this through A&I? Or, what sidebars do you have? So that's essentially what A&I does. We take care of the lawns, we take care of the buildings, we take care of the people, the human resources. We take care of leasing. There are multiple parts of General Services Division: central mail, facilities, motor vehicles, procurement, which you talked with ETS about right at the end there, risk management, surplus, trades. We have multiple buildings outside of Cheyenne. We have Thyra Thompson, which you've all been to. We also have the Rockwell building in Sheridan. We have now State Trails up in Lander, and we also have Riverton, the Riverton office building. So we kind of have a very wide variety of what we do. But on top of that, we also have the professional licensing boards, and you'll hear from them after ours. We have 21 licensing boards under A&I, and why they're under A&I is when they're new. For example, if you have a new board come in, they have to come under A&I first. Learn how things work, make sure that they're able to, if they want to go out on their own, that they're able to. We also have situations where a board might vote to come back under A&I after they've been out. And you'll see that later in our budget where that has happened recently. So we have the licensing office, we have the PIO office, Human Resource Division, which is also a large division, which got a little bit bigger in the last couple of years with consolidation. So we have EGI. That is the bulk of our budget, as you will see. Our budget is approximately $1.2 billion. 95% of that is EGI, which is a pass-through. So it's a spending authority situation. And we'll talk a little bit about that too. We also, under HRD, have the agency services. So somebody's out in the agencies, in different buildings, helping agencies with their HR stuff. We have the consultative services. That's where the control is. So those are the people that are looking at reclasses. They're looking at L numbers for FTEs. And they go through that process. They look at pay. So consultative services is the control part of HRD. Strategy and compliance, that is a newer section that we have, and that's for investigations. If somebody is claiming a difficulty at work and they have a grievance, it goes through that section. And then we have the training section. We also have Economic Analysis Division, which we have Dr. Liu, who takes care of that. He works on the Craig, and I think you've all know Dr. Liu. The Wyoming State Library is also a section under A&I, and Abby Beaver is the state librarian. She's the only one that wasn't able to be here. She recently is a mother, and so she is at home enjoying that. So if you have any questions on that, hopefully I can answer some of those questions, but we could definitely get back to you if you have a specific question on the library. So there were questions that we had from LSO that you wanted each agency to answer. The first one is HR1, the big beautiful bill. Really doesn't affect A&I. So that was an easy one to answer. The second one was a little harder. This is the telework report. So because A&I is the one that has the policy, we thought it was best for both the agency and for you if we got that compiled into one format so that you're not looking at everybody's agency in a different format and trying to find the same information. So hopefully this has helped you a little if you've had a chance to look at it. It talks about telework for each agency except for maybe, I think the Secretary of State did his own, and I think that's it. But you should be able to have all the information you need on telework to ask questions of the other agencies from this book. And in the back, you have a copy of the policy. And then you also have an example or a sample of the telework agreement. So making sure I answered all that. So if you look at page 18, I was going to give you an example so that you're able to see. Page 18 is A&I. And so you go through that process. You have a table of how many people are teleworking. In A&I, we have telework. We have quite a few people teleworking. However, percentage-wise, it's not that high because you can't telework and cut grass. You can't telework and clean the Capitol. So one of the things with telework, and you'll see throughout this book, is that it is a morale booster. And so when you tell them they can't telework, or they know they can't telework, it's kind of a downer for our trades and our some of our folks in General Services Division. So what we've done to overcome that is do like a Phoenix Friday or 410s or something like that that makes it work for that group. So like, for example, if you have, let's say, the trades department, and you have 4 people who are HVAC specialists, and you have 410s. There's only, I think there's only 2 of them that have chosen to do 410s. There might even be 1. So we made the offer. They don't have to do it, but they felt like at least we were trying to do something if they couldn't telework. Most of our folks telework part-time, occasionally. However, we do have Ms. Horsley here who, when we started the telework program during COVID, and we were moving from the Emerson into a smaller area, I made the decision with Rory to allow accounting to do full-time telework. So there are 12 folks in the A&I accounting. They are 100% telework. And they come in on a regular basis for meetings, essentially. But they have a space in the Idleman to do hoteling, is what we call it. If they need to come in or do something in the office, there's a space for them. It has worked out very well. And Rory can talk a little bit about it. I've asked her a few times, because her folks work so well in that situation. The hardest part about telework, and I think most of the directors will say this, is managing telework. And if you have somebody who is not producing what they're supposed to be producing, then they don't get to telework. So the problem is they come to work and they come back in the office, they're not producing it there either. So that's what we've noticed. So what Rory has done, and she's probably one of the only in the state that has her entire team teleworking, and she has worked through the supervising, how to supervise a teleworker. We haven't run across anybody who can't telework in hers. I have in my staff, there are people that cannot telework. There are people that don't want to telework too. So I don't know if you want to make any comments about your teleworking staff. They do a great job. A&I fiscal folks are wonderful, and they have 12 people take care of 38 agencies, which is a lot of work. So they get their work done. It seems we don't have a lot of turnover in A&I in general, except in their trades, and we'll talk about that a little later. We do have a little bit of turnover there.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
A quick question.
Sure.
So does the state save money by telework?
Director.
Chairman Bear, Co-Chair Salazar, that's a hard question. We do save some money in leasing. However, when you talk to a director, so the way that the telework goes, you're allowed to telework, but it's the director's prerogative in their agency. We don't tell them what to do. The director runs their agency. If they want to allow telework, they can, and here's how you do it. If they don't, that's fine too. So one of the things that we've noticed is people would like telework, and we can save money. They're a little bit apprehensive, because if you say, great, we're going to do full-time telework, we gave up that space for Rory and her team. So if there's a new governor that comes in and says, I don't like telework, and we're going to bring everybody back, it's a little difficult to do that. So they know that, and that's why some of them are like, they're still a little bit on the fence with fully integrating telework if they could. I don't know that they would in that situation, but that's how we could get rid of more leases in buildings. And I think it's Minnesota, it's either Michigan or Minnesota, that have a lot of buildings that are really old. What is it? Wisconsin, sorry, I knew it was up there somewhere. They decided to go more telework, and they got rid of their buildings. The concern there is, what happens if the tide turns and you need to bring people back? There's nowhere to put them. So that's why you don't make as much up in leasing as you would hope. We have made some up in leasing. We believe that the turnover rate, which you could argue is somewhere between $12,000 and $15,000 per turnover. Turnover rate is lower with people who telework. Sick time, yes.
Where are you gathering that data from?
The turnover?
Yeah, or is that just in general, or is that ours as a state, that's our turnover?
Chairman Bear, that is a national, I want to say a national number. So we belong to a couple different, like NASPO for procurement. We have NASP for personnel management. That's the number that they have figured out how much it is for turnover. So that's a national number. It could be a little more.
It's not the dollar amount that I'm wondering, I'm wondering the improvement in turnover when you go to telework. Is that a Wyoming number, Wyoming government number?
Chairman Bear, what we look at, and here it's here in the workforce report, when we look at turnover, we look at it in terms of morale. We do surveys on morale. University of Wyoming just did a recent one for the entire state on morale. Telework was a big reason why people stay and don't leave. They feel like they have the option to telework. There's a lot more that goes into that number besides just telework. So it's raises, it's their supervisor, it's a lot of that. But the survey, which we can get you to, I'm not sure if we've sent over the survey to Mr. Richards, but we can do that.
Do you have the survey?
Mr. Chairman, no.
Mr. Co-Chairman?
So I'm hearing you don't know if it saves money or not. I guess the next question is, so you do telework or allow telework because of morale?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Salazar, that's part of it, morale. This all started during COVID. So that was, we were one of the first states to be able to get people to work and be at home. Between ETS and ANI-HRD, we were out within a week with telework agreements, people being able to work from home. So that's where it started. And I don't want to say I don't know if it saves money or if it's just morale. What we have found is that the telework saves the employee time going back and forth to work. So it saves the employee a little bit of money. It saves leave time. So if somebody has a teenager who's, 15 years old at home because they have the flu, they can still come to work. And so those are the things that it saves. Most agencies do not have full-time teleworkers. Lots of them, the majority of them have intermittent. And what that means is if we have a snow day and the governor cancels school for the workers, those that are on an intermittent telework agreement or any telework agreement can still work from home. So when we had those 5 days of 30 inches of snow a couple of years ago, we worked that entire time. If we didn't have the ability to have telework, we would have been stuck at home, not able to get into work and work. We were working that entire time. So those are the things. The money isn't as much what we're looking at saving. Convenience, morale, I will say, is one of them.
And then my last question on this area, and I think I misplaced my book or somewhere. What is the percentage of your workforce that are on telework?
In ANI,
Right.
and I can give you my book too. It is page 18.
Just the percentage number.
Sure, and there's a couple different percentages. There are 51% with an agreement. Now, that's an intermittent for snow days and things like that. Employees teleworking, part-time is 7.9%, so that's here and there. Employees working full-time, 11.6%. So, and you'll be able to see that in here, and I will give you my book before I leave.
That's fine.
Not a problem.
Thanks.
Turnover is a measurable thing. If you've improved morale, it should affect turnover. You've been doing this since 2021. We're 5 years into it, 4 years into it.
Correct.
Do you have turnover data that has significantly changed since that timeframe?
Chairman Bear, I'm going to turn it over to Aaron, who can answer that in the weeds question
Ms.
more than me.
Williams?
Chairman Bear, Senator Salazar, you are absolutely correct. We were nearing the highest turnover rates I've seen in the 26 years of my career with the state of Wyoming. 2020, 2021, our turnover was 18.1%. We hit our peak highest in 2021, 2022, which was 24.8%. 2022 to 2023, we kind of turned the tide and we were down to 18.6%. 2023 to 2024, that was the lowest our turnover's been in many years, down to 16.3%. We're now kind of seeing it trend back up. The last numbers we ran were 17%. So I think you're absolutely right. From the human resources perspective, telework was a big recruiting and retention strategy. We were starting to see in our exit interviews that employees were leaving to, from Department of Audit here in Wyoming, they were going to work for the Department of Audit in the state of South Dakota, or the state of California making more money, and they were staying right here in Wyoming working. And so the agencies being able to offer that were able to retain and keep employees that would have gone to work for other state governments, not just strictly because of teleworking, that was a piece of it, but it was also the lower salaries we had. So we've really used that combination of the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 raises that the legislature have helped us to get compensation back up, and these flexible work schedules, whether it be the telework option, 410s, Phoenix Fridays, as tools to entice our employees that were more family-friendly employer. We have flexible work schedules to keep them here. We would rather keep our state of Wyoming employees in Wyoming rather than living here and working for another state.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at page 19 as an example of cost savings. It mentions desk phones, long-distance copier use, paper. So let's say you have somebody that is full-time teleworking. I assume whether they're, and you don't lease space for them anymore, so basically their only option left is at home. They're still going to need copiers and paper and phone and those things. Is there a provision that those things are provided? Do the employees typically front the cost themselves? How does that work out? Because it doesn't seem to me like there's really going to be much of a savings one way or the other.
Chairman Bear, Representative Pendergraft, we have seen, and I can only speak, of course, for the Human Resources Division, but with consolidation, we gained 90 employees that were out in various agencies. We have, not mainly the agency HR, they don't telework full-time, but they take turns different days. A lot of us are now back down again in the Emerson building, but we're teleworking part-time and in the Emerson building part-time just for space. We have been able to cut down on paper, printing costs. We don't have as many printer contracts as we did. We were able to decrease those and individuals use those. We've bought home printers that are much more affordable and don't have the regular monthly cost associated with it. So while the costs may be small for the HR division who doesn't have a very large budget, we have seen cost savings from that perspective. We've saved on long-term telework. We were paying for 3 different things, I guess. We had office phones, work cell phones, copier contracts. We now have everybody on state-issued cell phones. So we've been able to streamline and save that where everybody, wherever they are, can access things from their state-issued mobile phones. So we've saved dollars there. So over time, as we're becoming more used to teleworking, we do have a hoteling area down in the Emerson building where people come in 2 or 3 days a week, and we're sharing a couple different stations where they bring their laptop and dock and are able to be in the office.
Ms. Williams and Director Bach, do we have any kind of data, or do you have any kind of data on how those turnover numbers compare to the rest of the Wyoming workforce outside of state government, as well as telework?
Chairman Bear, we can try to get that information. It's not easy. We can more easily get from other states, because we belong to those associations. When we do, for example, when we look at comp, and we'll talk about this a little later, we do have private numbers with comp. I think that we would have a hard time finding out and who we would find out from on telework. I think that we can definitely try to do that and see if we can. I'm trying to think, like in Wyoming, we could probably do it by city and find out that way, but that's still government. And I think that you're probably looking for private sector a little more. So for example, I can tell you like Meta and Google who are coming in, and Oracle. One of the reasons, and I was going to talk about this later too, is trades is a problem because they're taking all our trades guys for a lot of money. They're not taking IT because IT is working from Silicon Valley. They're teleworking into Meta. So what they are taking are trades folks, custodians, half of my agency. So the people are teleworking into Wyoming. One reason why they're doing that is Wyoming doesn't have a state tax. Wyoming doesn't have anything strange about their employment laws. We're pretty vanilla when it comes to that. So when we started looking at teleworking from other states, you have to be very careful on which states you're allowing people to come in and telework from. For example, if you have somebody from California teleworking into Wyoming, we have to pay and really be cognizant of the employment laws in California, who pay overtime after 8 hours. So those are the things that you have to be careful of. Wyoming is very general, so it's easy to telework into Wyoming. Another thing where Aaron was talking about with working for other states in Wyoming, that happened 2 years ago with ETS. They lost a lot of people to South Dakota, still living here. They're still living here and working for South Dakota, making, double what they're making here. So those are the things you have to be careful with the telework issue. I think that if we can find that number, I will. I will do what I can with Aaron and our staff to see what we can find out on the state of Wyoming.
Okay, the co-chair asked about the percentages in your agency that were teleworking. Do we have that information for your counterparts in other states?
We can get that, Mr. Co-Chair, and Mr. Chair and Mr. Co-Chair. Okay, thank you. Sure.
So I want to explore something related to this. You were talking about phase 1 and phase 2 on the salary increases. The telework is a morale issue, as you mentioned. And then this legislature also gave the salary increases. And as I looked through the booklet, I saw a number of agencies with different percentages of, some do a lot of telework, some do not. I guess I'm a little confused, or I need to be educated why the advantage of telework wouldn't be across the board. And then particularly since our public employees did receive those pay increases, and the governor's budget again has another $112 million of public employee pay raises. Does that morale issue change with the increased salaries, or is it still a necessary component of why you do telework?
Director?
Chairman Bear, Co-Chairman Salazar, I want to make sure I understand that last question. Both of those can be morale issues. I don't think it changes with the telework. I think that, a lot of folks will say what's important to them is supervisors. Their supervisor's good. You see that a lot. People talk about morale, and it's a lot of times comes down to their supervisor. Not telework, not necessarily pay. Pay's up there, but supervisors are definitely sometimes an issue with morale. So I think it's hard to say. I think your first question with telework and why it doesn't work across the board, I would say it does work across the board. The problem you have is that sometimes you have managers that don't want to deal with it. They don't want to deal with telework because they fear that they're sitting at home eating bonbons and, watching soap operas. That is generally not what we have found. And so there's a lot of directors out there that says, I just don't want to deal with it and I am not going to do it. And in those agencies, we have quite a bit of turnover. So we have a lot of that kind of information. So when you have an agency that doesn't want to telework and could, there's usually another reason. And it's not necessarily because they don't like telework or they don't want to increase their morale. It's usually because the management, they feel, is a little harder to manage and supervise people that are not in the office. And it's a different way to manage. And we try to help with that with training. So hopefully I answered that question for you.
Follow-up? Okay. Representative Elman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today. I understand you have 52 teleworkers, part-time and full-time. You tell me you have low morale. How do you keep your productivity up when you have low morale with that many people?
Chairman Bear and Representative Alaman, I'm not sure, and I probably did not speak properly. We, luckily at ANI, when we did our survey, our morale is fairly high. It's very high, actually. So when we have low morale, usually it has to do with a supervisor that's a problem. That's generally, and I apologize for saying that in here because I'm a supervisor, hopefully, but that's generally where the issue is. Teleworking options are a morale booster. So when I say that you can telework, I mean, there's people that in my agency cannot telework because I know they can't. They have proven that they can't, and so they don't. A lot of managers don't want to have to do that individualizing. They want to say, this person had a bad experience, therefore I'm done. I'm not having telework anymore. So the 52, did you say it was? The 52, 12 of them full-time. I haven't had one problem with our CFO's office. The other ones are intermittent and part-time. They come in 4 days a week, 1 day a week, they telework. So when we say it's part-time, it's usually just a day here and there. But our morale is very good at ANI, and I'm quite proud of that. So if you go down the list of the folks that are teleworking, I would say that's one part of three. Telework or flexibility, I would call it more than anything else. Flexibility, supervisor, pay. Those are the three things.
Follow up, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My information shows 31 full-time and 21 part-time.
Okay.
Which, that's, I don't mean to be nitpicking, but how do you judge the performance that are happening when your managers aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing and there is low morale? It just kind of bothers me a little.
Chairman Bear, Representative Alamand. So if there's low morale, the way that I do it is try to figure out why. If it's pay, they all know I can't do anything about that. So they all are very much aware that our pay as state employees is governed by lots of people. And so that is something that I really cannot fix. But I can fix, like I said, with people who want to telework, but they can't. I can come up with a different flexible schedule for them. And that's how I do it. I look at the job before I look at everybody blanket. And that's how it should be. The problem you have is when you have a supervisor that does not do that. And luckily for me, and I'm not just saying this, our administrators and our supervisors know exactly how I feel about that. So they do what I want them to do and make sure that people do have a good experience at ANI. And if they can't, then there's an open door policy to come in and try to work through some issues. Those are the things that, I'm getting on a management thing, but those are the important parts, is you need to be able to manage each individual, someone who can telework, someone who can't, someone who won't telework. There's also those, they don't even want to sign an intermittent agreement because they have a snow day, they want a snow day. And those are the kind of things we go through. So when you work with morale, you have to really have a good communication back and forth with the employees. Sure.
I have a little bit of a follow-up there. I too have had to manage employees without a lot of flexibility. That's why I prefer the private sector, honestly, when I was in the military. But one of the things that I learned is you can highlight the things that you do, and you mentioned that you do that with your flexibility options. One of the things that is routinely touted as a benefit of being a government employee is the benefits, the benefits package, if you will. And as I look at our benefits package and compare that to the private sector, it's pretty substantial. Are we highlighting that with our employees out there? Is this And when you look at the survey that was done by the University of Wyoming and things like that, is that coming up? Is that being accounted for? Are people saying that they like that, our package? I'll let you answer that, and then I've got another one.
Sure, Chairman Bear, absolutely. I can give you an example. We have an electrician who has been with the state for quite many years. We have trouble getting electricians because they're all going to the Meta, and they're making $170,000 a year. And my master electrician doesn't make anywhere near that. However, I believe that the reason he stays is because of the pension. He's been here long enough, he's vested. The insurance is another issue, as he has kids. So yes, that's touted quite a bit. The employees in the state of Wyoming are very happy with our benefits. Now, there was a time when they used to say, oh, EGI is the gold standard, and I can't remember, Cadillac. They used to call it a Cadillac plan. It is not necessarily a Cadillac plan, but if you had bronze, silver, and gold, we're somewhere between bronze and silver. We're closer to silver. It's a good plan. So I think that, especially with what could be happening with healthcare here in the next couple years, it's going to be even more of an issue. And they know what that issue, they know what that total comp number is. So if you're making $50,000 a year, your total comp, and she's going to kick me because I'm probably going to get it wrong, your total comp is somewhere between, $20,000 and $30,000 more than that per year with the state of Wyoming. And I can't say enough about the pension. We are keeping long-term employees because of the pension. We're not getting new employees because they don't care. They never did. They never will. When they're 18 and 20, they just want to have the money. And so when you say, but we have EGI, we have pension, until you get and hit that 35-year-old, and you're like, oh, that's going to be good, in the long run. So we do tout that quite a bit. We have a lot of people that come on, like the people that clean this building right now. They don't make a lot of money. They make $15.50 an hour, essentially. But they have insurance that is good compared to a lot of their counterparts. We talk a lot about, McDonald's paying $15 an hour. I would say that our insurance is better than McDonald's. We have a pension. It's hard to get the younger kids into that, but the older ones are. So yes, the benefits are a big issue.
A lot of positive head nods from Ms. Williams. I'm going to take that
Did I
as an
screw that up?
affirmation of your comments, okay? My last question is this. Have you and your department thought about software that tracks key punches for these employees that are working telework? And is there a negative, a drawback from doing that? Is there a positive? Has it been weighed out at all?
Chairman Bear, we have talked about it. I'm not sure how good it is with the technology out there. A lot of folks, like if I telework tomorrow because I, am waiting for the refrigerator guy, but it's a director. I don't have key punches. I am on the phone 9 hours a day, and that's what I do. So some folks do have key punches. Rory's office would be able to do that, and it would make sense because there's key punches. Others wouldn't. We have talked about it. I don't know. I don't have a problem with doing that. I think a lot of private sector does that.
Hit on this already. Managers are different. Some manage in phenomenal ways. Some struggle, and some tools would be helpful for those that struggle. And that's why I mention it. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A little bit of a rabbit trail, if you will, but when I think of telework, I think of the Department of Education. Their department is set up in such a way that it just really works for them. So I see from page 122 here, 121 of 126 employees are on telework, which has opened up a portion of the Hirschler building. And this also says that your department, the A&I, is contacting other agencies and seeing if maybe we could drop some leases of buildings and move them into that space. As of November, when this was written, showed somewhere around an estimation of, let's just say, 150,000. Is there an update from November 1st till now? Are there other agencies, number one, that are considering being able to drop a lease and move into this space? And are there other agencies that are heavy on telework that might be able to offer a similar benefit?
Chairman Bear, Representative Pendergraph, absolutely. We have multiple people who have now moved in to that space. We had to do a little bit of wiggle room. There was an emergency situation on one of the leases that we had downtown. They needed to move. We wanted to move them in there, so it worked out really well. So we have the ability to do that, and we could do that a lot more if more telework happened. But we were very happy to get that space and move people in there and get rid of a lease. Ideally, that's what happens, and that's where the money is. We save money on phones, we save money on paper. You're saving money on leases if you can get out of buildings. But unfortunately, as you know, we've bought a couple new buildings in the past couple years, so which is still saving money. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. Our leases are saving money than paying rent for these places, but that's exactly how it should happen. And we do have an update on that, and I'll turn it over to Andrew because he knows exactly who's in there. And
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraph, Andrew Coleman, I'm the General Services Administrator. The Board of Pharmacy, I believe, has moved into that space. They were very happy, I think, to move from their existing lease, and that worked out really well. We really appreciated the superintendent and her department's work on identifying. They approached us and said, we've got this space that we think we can consolidate. It's convenient in the Hirschler because it is a separated chunk from the rest of their agency. We have some situations with spaces where maybe we have agencies that could consolidate, but it would require renovations because their spaces may be open. In order to bring another agency in there, you'd have to make sure you had two compatible programs where they could share the same space. Or we need to, create doorways, create different access controls for those folks. This one worked really well. They vacated a part of their office that we were able to separate. We are going to, I believe, add, I think it is at least one door that will help secure it a little further going forward, but we were able to get folks moved in already. And I believe that's going well. And I think we have another move that's in the process. That is actually going to free up some space where we're going to do another move. So sometimes we try to do, we play dominoes or try to coordinate stuff. There's a lot of puzzles or whatever the analogy would be to make sure we try to maximize our use of space. When we have agencies approach us for moves, we always talk to them about what space do you really need? Can you consolidate? Can we take advantage of those opportunities? We've had an example I can think of. We had an agency that moved into state space out of a lease a few years ago. They had, I think, 8 employees. So I apologize if I get that number, maybe 7 or 8. We moved them into a space that was 4 to 5 because they were able to telework and office share. And so we had a space that we would not have fit 8 people full-time. We got them in there, and that was a good savings to the state. So we do try to make sure as part of our space management to be cognizant of this issue.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that example of efficiencies. That's wonderful to hear. Going back to this idea of tracking our productivity, I think you have a wonderful case study right in front of you as each and every one of us teleworks and works remotely to serve our constituents. And so maybe a gentle challenge here that you could track our phone calls and our text messages and our number of keystrokes to see which one of us is the most effective and efficient at serving our constituents.
Director, do you have a response to that?
Chairman Bear, I do not. I am not the one who wants to check that. So. I will say that leasing department, and the analogy I use is Tetris, and that's exactly how it looks when you try to get people to fit in the right space, so.
It was before my time, Director.
Yeah. Okay, anything else on telework? And if you look at this and you have any questions on it, we are happy to come back and after you've talked to everybody and say, well, what you told us is not if you want us to talk a little more about it, since we're the holder of the policy.
Move on.
Great. The third request was for the 600, 900 report. So I don't know if you had any questions on that, just say that we had delivered that as well.
For A&I? Seeing none, we can move forward.
Great, and so within our budget, I know that you see a lot of exception requests here. Lots of it is housekeeping, cleanup. We have positions that came from different agencies into ours because of the boards. We have multiple agencies that decided to have A&I do their accounting. So we have positions that came in from there. We're not actually adding positions, but it's cleanup. So they went through the B11 process, and now it's just the exception request to show you the moves we made. We have a couple issues there. Our biggest numbers are spending authority. So I wanted to make sure we pointed that out, where it's just, we're not asking for an appropriation, we're just asking for the spending authority. So I can go through the pages. Do you want to do standard budget as well, or just the exception request?
Have you go ahead and just do exceptions, but we'd like you to do them in order as they come in the book.
Great. Thank you very much, Chairman. The first one we have is on page 27. And as I said, this is a position transfer from the Guardian Ad Litem program. We took over their fiscal. So that position came into A&I. It'll be a negative exception when you see the Guardian Ad Litem budget. And that is a fiscal transfer, and we have a B11 from October 2024.
Questions on priority number 4A? Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because this is a benefit to our counties, has there been a conversation about the cost share? Instead of it being 100% general fund, should there be a contribution? We see around 38,000, I'm rounding, from our county partners.
Director?
Chairman Bear, Representative Sherwood, I'm going to let Rory answer that question. I believe it was general funded at the time as well.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, the cost share in terms of Guardian Ad Litem is still happening on their end. On our end, the request to make this a general fund position assumes that SWICAP that this position will roll into SWICAP. That maybe doesn't necessarily affect the counties directly in terms of their contribution, but making a general fund, it rolls into SWICAP in terms of cost recovery from other state agencies, because this position now does not only serve Guardian Ad Litem. So it really wouldn't make sense to have this position cost share with the counties, because it's not 100% designated to Guardian Ad Litem anymore. It's spread across the other agencies that we serve fiscally.
Director Hibbard, can you add any kind of, shed any light on that for us as well?
Mr. Chairman, I do agree with Representative Sherwood that typically the Guardian Ad Litem office comes with a percent match to their general funds. So there's a cost share there that was typical in the Guardian Ad Litem. As far as the statewide cost allocation recovery, I'll have to look into that with Rory to see that, but I think it's a good question. I think we need to do a little bit of work together.
We'll put that on our list of things to follow up with you on. Any follow-up from you, Representative Sherwood? Okay, all right, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairman. The next is on page 28, priority 4B. This is a similar situation, a position transfer from the Wyoming State Geological Survey. They are now under the fiscal is with A&I, and we transferred that position over.
Priority 4B. Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. Page number 29. I'm sorry. I missed one. Priority number 10. This is funding to accommodate an increase in the hosting and maintenance fees for the billing system. This is the SARA system that the accounting department uses to bill out. And that is a total of 19,618 ongoing.
Any questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Great. Number 20, or page 29, priority number 13, capital weekend funding and AWAC position. This is a position that, this is a fund that is currently operated by A&I. The legislature, I believe it was 2 years ago, had requested that we keep the Capitol open at least one day on the weekend and any special events that we have. And so this is an AWAC contract that we have to re-up every year. We don't want to have a FTE in this position only because it's only for a short period of time in the summer. So, and it's only for one day a week. So it works well in how AWACs should be utilized. So the funding is $350,000. We have never come close to using all of that funding. Some of that funding is paid out to overtime for the troopers that are here on Saturday. It hasn't amounted to a lot of money. I do have an accounting on what we have spent so far for this biennium. And right now we have $243,000 left. We have utilized some advertisement in conjunction with LSO that the Capitol is open on the weekends. We have also done some special events. With the 250th coming up, we are helping with those committees. That's what this money is supposed to be for, is special events and keeping the Capitol open. So if you remember, we had a Constitutional Day a couple months ago, and upcoming we have the Suffrage Day event, and then we have the 250th, which we are assisting in.
Okay, yeah, I guess I want to dive into this for a little bit.
Sure.
So it's 350. I mean, that's 2 full FTEs in a, so we're allocating a large amount of money for one day a week to keep the, now I know that you're telling me that you're also using the money for advertising and I don't remember, maybe I'm wrong. I supported this to open the Capitol. I don't remember the concept of advertising with this particular line item, but maybe you can address some of that for me.
Sure.
Add on to that, I mean,
Okay.
in this, on this page, it shows the advertising portion is $332,000 of that. So I just would like to know, is that accurate? I didn't think so. All right, please proceed.
Chairman Bear, Co-Chair Salazar, you're right, the AWAC is one day a week. However, you also have custodians that are in here. You have the trades that come in if there's something wrong. You have the troopers that are here that we have to pay overtime for. 350 is what the legislature came up with and put in a footnote. I always knew when I was like, that's a lot of money. So we have never come close to that. So for example, 2 years, last biennium, I think we spent $19,000 and the rest was reverted back to the general fund. So that's how that will work. This year is going to be a little bit different. We still have 240,000 left. We are going to be helping with that 250th, but that's actually in the next biennium. But we are going to encumber some of those funds to help pay for example, there's all kinds of things that are going on. The stage for the symphony, there's different bands that are being brought in. LSO and A&I are working very closely with the committees that are working on this big celebration.
So you wouldn't object then for me to look at revising that number?
Chairman Bear, Co-Chair Salazar, I would not, only because and LSO might be concerned, but if we start doing to where you want to open it both days, if you want to keep it open until 8 o'clock at night, if you want to have different things, every week, then we might run into a problem. But we're keeping it open one day a week, and I have the numbers on how many people have come through. But I think you're right. When I first looked at that, I thought that was a lot of money. And it's an odd footnote, and I don't mean that. The footnote basically says, if A&I keeps it open on the weekend, they can have this money. I've never seen an appropriation like that, and maybe I'm doing this against my own interest, but.
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair, I was one of the individuals that strongly supported the Capitol open on weekends. But if you, and this is a small item, okay?
Yes.
I get it. But if you're carrying over already and advertising and then not using the money at a time when everyone else is, having to make sacrifices, I think this is something that.
Chairman Bear, Co-Chair Salazar, I think that when I talk about advertising, we're going through the Department of Tourism. So tourism, LSO, and A&I are working together with that. Even with that advertising, and it's not that number, and I'm not sure why that's there, we are, even this year, which is a big year for special events, and we won't hit that number. So might be against my own interest, but I don't see how we need 350.
It's not against your interest because it's just in the interest of the people of
Yes,
Wyoming.
absolutely.
So it's all our interest.
And like I said, last biennium, we spent, I think, $19,000 and reverted the rest. And that was to keep it open, simply keep it open with custodians, overtime, and the AWAC. That's how much it cost.
Representative Smith and then Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this may be Mr. Hibbert or Mr. Richards, but didn't we appropriate like $2 million for the 250th celebration? It's statewide use, but wouldn't those funds be for the stage and stuff like that for the Capitol instead of additional appropriation?
I think we also have funding from the Department of Tourism as well. So, but Mr. Richards, if you could respond to that, please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, you are correct. I don't recall, and I will check, whether it was 2 million or actually 2.5 million appropriated for that purpose. I can't say whether the stage or any other activities would be paid out of this fund. That is news to me.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think we're definitely mixing a few items here, and I don't disagree. I think that and we've talked a lot about this, about the Capitol and keeping the Capitol open, being the people's house. We just actually had a graphic display today. When this building is alive with people, it is a better place. And so that was the point. So I think, Senator makes a good point. The amount of money for this particular line item and being open on Saturday is robust, to say the least, and it hasn't been spent. And I think that maybe some changes probably should be made, but I think maybe as we go through markup, we might try to come up with some plans, maybe some other diversions, and talk about the 250th and some of the other events that are planned for this building, and maybe whether it goes into wayfinding, in the wayfinding money that we've allocated money for, or for that group at LSO to work on. Maybe that's one way to do it. But yeah, something that we should be looking at, and that maybe this isn't the place for that.
Mr. Richards?
Thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Chairman, Representative Smith, just to clarify, it was a $2 million appropriation. It was made to the Board of Tourism, and they transferred those funds to the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources, who is administering those funds. The majority of those expenditures are actually in the form of grants to counties and municipalities throughout the state.
Right.
All right.
And Chairman Bear, I just want to be clear, we are not paying for a lot in the 250th. It's just one of those things that if they can't find the money for a second stage, that's what we helped with.
Okay, please proceed.
I would like to say too, out of the 19 days that we had, just so you know, 2,573 visitors. So that's pretty good for 19 days.
I supported the funding.
Okay, Chairman, if you could look on page 30, priority number 20. This is an upgrade to the billing system to allow additional functionality. The other one was for maintenance. This is for additional functionality. The system currently allows for processing the motor pool and central mail billing. The accounting office processes other billings to agencies through manual process. And so this would help with Rory's team utilizing of existing technology to make the billing more efficient. 63,840.
Any questions on priority number 20? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. Page number 31. That is our TRP request. So I might skip right over that one. Okay. Thank you. So now we're into the professional licensing board unit. Page number 41, this is priority number 2, transfer position from Board of Professional Geologists. This is an example I gave earlier about the professional licensing boards have to come under A&I, then they can go out and be independent if they can swing it. This is an example where the board had voted to come back under A&I. So they gave the positions to A&I so that we can do that work for them. So you'll see a negative exception on the board's budget when they're in front of you, which is in about an hour and a half.
Okay. Any questions? Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm kind of playing catch up here, but I've turned back to page 40. What caught my eye was a negative balance year after year after year. And as I understand it, this money comes in from the licensing boards and then kind of latently fills up this account. But it never seems to fill it up all the way. And so if we grant this exception request on page 41, we seem to be compounding the issue. My question is, do we need to look at our fee structure so that this account is not continually running at a negative? Whoever wants to answer that, obviously.
Mr. Chairman, Chief Staff, State Budget Department, we're cognizant of this. There's an expectation that it's balanced before January 31st of this year in some fashion or the other. Maybe a catch-up billing for the fees, but we've been instructed to see that the negative balance is addressed as soon as possible.
Okay. Director Bach. Oh,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add to that question a little bit. This table that you see on page 40 is in relation to the Professional Licensing Board office. So it's the administrative arm of those 21 boards that are supported. The reason that you see a negative cash ending balance is because they incur the expense, the billing to get reimbursed is always in arrears. So we recover 100% of the expenditures that they incur. It's just a month after, and then by then you have more expenditures happening. So it's kind of a situation of always being in arrears. This exception request adds the spending authority for those positions. But again, those expenses would be billed out to the licensing boards and be recouped into this fund.
Representative Sherwood.
Just to follow up, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there's a month delay between services received, services billed, and then payment is also within that month delay? And then an additional question to that in terms of the expectation of having it cleared up by January. Is there an internal policy that says the account will be caught up by X date of every fiscal year? Or what would be the best practices to see this not on paper look like it's running a negative? Thank you.
Ms. Corsley?
Mr. Chairman, you are correct. It is, you incur the expense the next month is when the billing happens to reimburse. And that's a timely thing that we actually process the reimbursement as soon as the billing comes out. So it is just always that 1 month in arrear. I don't know that there's really a way to avoid that situation because we bill based on actual expenditures. So we don't ever do like I suppose you could talk about a billing where you're reimbursing and then reconciling, reimburse on an estimate and then reconcile, but we've always just billed on actual. I believe what Director Hibbard was talking about was maybe a specific cash balance in a specific licensing board, which is not what this table is reflecting.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. So typically on the fund on page 40 that refers to 620, the target's 0. The Professional Geologist Board has their own fund, which has a negative balance, which we've been instructed to correct.
And Chairman Bear, that is exactly what I wanted to mention, is that this is an A&I budget string that you see right here, Representative. The Geology Board does have a negative balance. That's one of the reasons why they're back under A&I as a fix.
I think I understood that. Representative Sherwood?
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up, back to page 40. Do you know what the balance of this revenue fund is as of today?
Director Hibbert?
Mr. Chairman, it'll take me a couple of minutes, but I'll get it for you.
If you could
you know
just
what it
let me
is?
know when you've got that.
She has it.
Oh, I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Chairman,
Ms.
I
Gordon.
have it. It's a negative 146,000 right now, as of this morning.
46,000, okay. All right, please proceed. Oh, go ahead, Representative Sherwood.
Is that unusual? Is that higher than average monthly negative carrying balance? Is that normal? Thank you.
Ms. Corsley?
Mr. Chairman, that is kind of high. I think some of that is related to these positions that did transfer into the Professional Licensing Board office. And one of those positions was filled when it was transferred. So there is salary associated with that position. They also have had some expenditures related to their licensing system that they are in the process of building. ETS is building that for them right now. So it is a little bit higher than normal due to those circumstances. Those billings usually happen around the middle of the month to process the reimbursement.
Any follow-up? No. Okay. All right. Director Bach, please continue.
Thank you, Chairman Bear. We're now on page 42, and we're going to talk about that software licensing system. It's priority number 8. Back when, probably 2 years ago, we spoke with ETS. We wanted to be, we work very closely with ETS as an enterprise agency, so we wanted to have a pilot program to start getting everybody on the same platform, so that we could go and say, if you're on Salesforce or you're on a different one, you can just buy licenses. Figure out a way to do that across the board, save money, everybody's on the same platform. So when we started talking about that, they talked to us about doing the licensing system, which there is a bill out there that says that all the licensing boards have to be on a system. So we are in that process. It has not been easy. There are hiccups here and there, and it's not ETS's fault, it's not the board's fault, it's just a matter of getting all these different licensing boards on the same system. So that's why we were the pilot for it, because it is a bunch of different agencies going on one system. So that's what this is, and it is 21 independent licensing boards from the Professional Licensing Board Office. And it's the credentialing system to provide online services to applicants. So that is for $29,836 that was approved through the governor's office.
Director, is that a new program? Is this something that you have tested as a pilot and you're ready now to roll it out to the 21 boards? Or is it hopeful that the 21 boards, that this will work for the 21 boards? Where are we at right now today?
Thank you, Chairman Bear. Right now, I would say we are in the first 30% of getting that going. We have multiple, and I probably should have, when you talk to the boards, you might actually ask Joanne Reed, who is the head of the licensing board for A&I. But we are 30 to 50% there. ETS changing from one CIO to another, there have been some hiccups along the way. And so we have them testing. We are in the process. Testing is happening right now with that. They are not ready for prime time, if that's your question. We are halfway there.
Director, this $29,000, is this funding the second 50%? How much have we invested in this program up to date? Where are we at?
Chairman, if you give me 1 second, I might be able to have that answer very quickly. Thank you, Chairman. Joanne just informed me, this is maintenance for the finished product. So once it's done, this is the maintenance that ETS needs to take care of it, which is ideally what we end up with ETS. And that's why being a pilot, trying to get everybody on these is a little harder, but it's definitely worth it to get the state on the same system. Yes.
In this program?
I believe, and the money is still going to $666,000. That's a terrible number.
That's an ominous number.
So, and that money is still there going. It's not like,
Understood.
we're adding on to it, so.
Okay, understood. All right, any other questions on this priority number 8? All right, seeing none, we can advance.
Okay, and 43 is a TRP request, so we're gonna go through that. We are now on page 55. This is under general services. General services is where we have a lot of our exception requests, and we start with risk management. Priority 17A, I'm sorry, we're not starting with risk management. I apologize for that. This is the facility force software module increase. And I'm going to turn it over to Andrew Coleman, then he can talk about exactly what this is for, the non-fixed assets.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we utilize a software system from the company Facility Force. It's called Operate, and it has lots of different modules. It helps us do multiple things, so you'll see it a few times in here. It helps us do our work orders for our trades program. It helps us do keep track of leasing. And one of the functions it has is it helps us keep track for insurance purposes of non-fixed assets. So things like knowing how many desks, what a general value is, computer equipment, things that would be inside a building that are not attached to the building. We need that information in case there was a fire or something like that. In order to file accurate claims and get the state compensated, we need to keep track of that. So we have agencies put together inventories. This module we found is a very efficient way for us to collect that information and keep track of it so that we will have that handy if an event happens. This request here is to address an increase in just the maintenance costs for that module. And you'll see a couple other examples of other modules where just the cost has gone up for the maintenance.
And is this the first time you'll be obtaining this module, or is this an ongoing? It doesn't appear to be an ongoing since it's an exception request, so this is something you've decided to take on new, and how have we been tracking those assets in the past?
Mr. Chairman, to answer your questions there, first, this is an existing module we already have. We implemented it a few years ago. This is just the cost from the company for the licensing fee increase for that module to continue to use it. Before that module, we had a variety of things, largely, I think, just individual spreadsheets. Folks would give it to us. Agencies were not necessarily as consistent in what the information they provided, the formatting. Us having it through this module allows us to track that a little bit more uniformly and get all of the information that we need. So it has been an improvement for us.
Further questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
We're staying with risk, and that was risk, so I was right the first time, but this is a request for the risk pool adjustment. So the risk pool holds a multiple insurance. It's basically insurance for the state of Wyoming. Also SSIP, which is the state insurance pool. So for example, in my previous life, I worked at the tort litigation division over at the AG's office, and that's where we represented peace officers in their individual capacity when they got sued. That's a lot of what comes out of this. You also have settlements from, personnel issues maybe with us. You have insurance premiums. And I'm going to let Andrew talk about a little bit more, but we are asking for the 4 million, sorry, even, 4 million even is what the governor has approved. And what happens with this is statutorily, we have to keep it at a certain level. So we're going to look at the 4 million for this, and then next supplemental, if things are good, maybe we don't have to ask for it. So we're asking for half of it here. And I'll turn it over to Andrew if he wants to add anything.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, so per statute, we need to provide a recommendation. The agency needs to come up with a recommendation to keep the pool actuarially sound. So we do that through a combination of some information we gather together. We have an actuary actually do a report based on all of the outstanding claims, our claim history, and they determine sort of what is our outstanding potential liability if those claims were due. We then also consider what we think the cost will be for our insurance premiums that we have, as well as any other expenditures, overhead, staffing. We put that all together to come up with a total number of what we think the pool would need to be in order to pay all of those situations. As a risk situation, you don't know how many claims are going to come in necessarily. You don't know when you're going to have to pay or on how much. So usually we don't have to pay out all that money, but there is that potential that if we have claims that the state's liable for, we would have to pay a lot of money. This allows us to sort of come up with what is the target of what do we think we need so that if everything came due, what can we pay? And that is what the statute tells us to come up with a recommendation on. And that's the number that we've presented, and the governor's looked at that and recommends 4 million. And we continue to monitor this. If there's something that changes during the interim, we would be able to approach and say, here's something that's changed for the pool.
What's the size of the pool, and what is our average annual payouts from the pool?
Mr. Chairman, I think Ms. Horsley may have some of that info. Otherwise, I can try and get that back to the committee.
Mr. Chairman, the balance in the pool as of August 25th was approximately 30 million. I apologize, I don't have the current number, but it's probably not too far off of that figure.
Mr. Chairman, it's
Go ahead, Ms.
30,960,829. So Rory's correct, it hasn't moved much.
So do we know what our average, I know it's difficult to track this, but over a 10-year period, what the average payouts of that account would be?
Mr. Chairman, we do an evaluation of our claims, and we should be able to get that information from our risk manager.
Mr. Chairman,
Director Hibbert.
just for not a 10-year picture, but if you look on page 54, you'll see the Risk Management Pool Fund 006 and the anticipated future of 27, 28, 29, 30, and then what the past balances are, but take in consideration what we think 27, 28 is off the mark. So currently, we're at 30. Their estimate is we'll be at 26. We're putting 4 million. We're back to 30 again. But I think page 54 helps you.
Thank you. That's good enough.
Thank you, Chairman. Page 71 is our next exception request. It's priority number 18. This is vehicle replacement. This is an example of spending authority, so we're not asking for an appropriation. This is just allowing us to spend to purchase vehicles. We're requesting to spend $9.7 million from the depreciation reserve account to purchase replacement vehicles. We anticipate 170 vehicles will need to be replaced during the 27-28 biennium. The decision to replace vehicles is based on mileage and condition. So they look at that and they go through and try to find good wholesale rates for that. And there is a chart on there on what we're looking for. We don't get a lot of vehicles with a lot of bells and whistles. Generally, they're the cheaper versions unless there is an agency that needs something specific. I didn't know if you needed me to talk about spending authority at all, the difference.
I appreciate you stopping on those, because I like to look at the previous years,
Sure.
the history, so just wanted to take a look at that. All right, we're good, I think. Representative Sherwood.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So on page 76, we see the motor pool fund. It looks like there's a declining balance in this, and again, it could be ebbs and flows. I just would like some clarity on this, or if there needs to be a consideration of increasing fees to sustain the operations of motor pool. Thank you.
Ms. Coleman or Director Hibbert? I'm sorry,
Mr. Chairman,
Corsley, Ms. Corsley.
we're shifting gears from the depreciation reserve that's on page 70, and now we're in a conversation about the motor vehicle management system. And Administrator Andrew Coleman, he can answer this question as well as I can, but we have increased the rate recently. And I think as recent as July, correct me if I'm wrong. And then because we recently increased the rate, we did this with your permission last biennium. Now we expect the balance to rise and hold itself for a while. If it gets into a situation where it's no longer effective, we will seek to increase that rate again. And when we do so, all the agency budgets get adjustments because we're billing the other agencies to bring the money into here. It's kind of like a mini cost allocation, but we recently did increase the rate. So Representative Sherwood, I think that would help.
Go ahead, Representative Sherwood.
Thank you. So with that in mind, that increase in July 2025, are those numbers then calculated out for the next two bienniums in this chart, or is the numbers in the chart reflective of the old rates? Thank you.
Director Hibbert?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that if you look at the page 76 and you see the anticipated revenue, 21-22 is 9.8, then 9.9 for 23-24, then the estimate for 25-26 is 15.9, and then 17.5. You see there's an increase in there. You see that taking place. But you also see that the anticipated expenditures are mostly overtaking that. So through the remainder of 27-28, we think that we're going to be fine. However, don't be surprised if we come in 29-30 and ask for a fee increase.
Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Sherwood. The old motor sergeant in me was jumping on that one. The estimate of 8 million not changing at all between 27 and 30 to me is unrealistic. And I just would ask maybe for some sort of a reminder or a flag in a year to look and see how we're doing and stay ahead of it instead of waiting until it's a panic.
Mr. Chairman, we really have went to town, meaning we really energized our work on the revenue tables. It was one of our major league priorities that we had this iteration. To the extent that we have what's called budget refreshers, where all the chief financial officers come in and we remind them, hey, let's pay special attention to the special revenue table history. We do get that very accurate, and I pointed that out earlier when there was a question about the balances. I took you page by page on it. We are very focused on what's happening for the upcoming biennium, but as far as after 27, 28, we just don't really get too tight over it, and that's what you're seeing here. But next biennium, when we come back, you will certainly see the following biennium, it will be tightened up.
Okay. Further questions on this section? We skipped ahead a little bit. Did you want to add anything to the discussion about this particular fund?
Chairman Bear, I think we've covered it, if you're okay.
Yes, let's go ahead and move on.
The next exception request outside of TRP is priority number 3, and that's on page 81. And this, again, is what I call housekeeping. This is a position transfer from one division in our agency to another. So it went from economic analysis to my division to get a PIO. I'm sorry, this is general services. We have another one, but this one is general services for a deputy administrator to help with the general services workload. So it is just one transfer from economic analysis where we were able to put it into GSD without asking for an FTE. And so we have the B11 that was done quite a while ago. I think it was 2024. Any questions on that?
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. The next exception request is on page 82. This is priority number 11, and this is the AV system maintenance in executive meeting rooms here in the Capitol. So you guys are very well aware and use it all the time, all of the microphones and everything that LSO maintains for you. ANI has to maintain it for the executive branch rooms as well, and we would like to keep them synced. As the legislature has some updates, we want to make sure we do the updates too. So if you go into a different room, it's not different equipment. So that's what this exception request is for. We are attempting and trying to use the same contractors as LSO, and we've talked with LSO a couple times about it. So this is to get similar contracts. We can't get the same contract, but we are trying as best we can to be on the same page as LSO in this building. We don't want people coming in and having to work different equipment in every different room that they're in. So that's what this request is for. And this is for $60,000 on ongoing funding. And we're about 6 years, and replacing some of this equipment is coming up. I don't know how some of your microphones, but some of the microphones in the different things are not so good and they're falling apart. So LSO has a timeline of looking at that information, and we are too.
Senator Group.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're talking about specifically the down in the connector, the big meeting room.
Chairman Bear, Senator Grew, yes. The auditorium, the different rooms, 52, 53. I'm sure there's a couple more. The Capitol Club room.
Also the governor's office.
And the governor's office. So anything that's executive branch.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That room, I've had a number of constituent, now that select board meetings are must-see TV, people have been calling and saying they want a higher resolution, better sound, because, it's too much fun to miss. So, thank you.
Certainly a good advantage to having must-see TV. All right. Any further questions on this section? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Bear. The next one is on page 83. This is also a facility force. We talked about that a little bit earlier. This is module increase, and I'm going to have Andrew talk about that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a module, so this is also just an increase of our licensing fees for the particular module used by this budget unit. This module is for our leasing. It helps us keep track of our leases and the progression of those. And then also facilitates us in being able to provide reports to the SBC and when requested to the legislature about what the state of our leases are.
Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Bear. Page number 84 is our priority number 25. That's the AutoCAD license. I think Erica Legursky spoke quickly about that in TRP. This is not in the TRP. And this is for leasing and moving coordination. And we have somebody who uses this, for example, when we came back into the Capitol after the construction, we were able to use this and get everybody back into here in the Herscher building. And the only reason we were able to do that is because of AutoCAD. And we still use it, and it's very, very helpful. It's $4,386. But it's not in TRP because it's kind of specialized. So, but we do use it as the enterprise, so we use it for all agencies.
Okay. Any questions about this section? $4,386, and that's an increase for the AutoCAD, right? We have in our standard budget what we've been paying for it.
Chairman Bear, this is the maintenance agreement, so yes.
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry, Andrew might have a little more information for you.
Mr. Chairman, this is a situation where what we previously were able to get was kind of a one-time license. This is another situation where we have a software provider that's moving to an annual licensing requirement in order to continue to use the software. So this is something we normally would just buy the latest edition, but now we have to move to an annual licensing cost. And this is primarily used by our space management coordinator, but the large part of her job is also maintaining all of our maps and floor plans. So when changes are made, folks need maps created, all of that. And so the AutoCAD system is kind of her essential software that she needs in order to create those. But it's a situation where we're having to move from, in order to upgrade, we have to swap to an annual licensing to stay up with the current software.
We're at $2,200 a year. Do you recall what we paid for that one-time license when we got it before?
Mr. Chairman, I don't, but we can look at that. This was a bid we did go through ETS's assistance to help get the quote for this.
Same company?
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Is it the same company that the same software?
Yes,
before?
I believe so.
All right, thank you. All right, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Bear. The next one is on page 89. It's priority number 5A. Facility management for New Cheyenne properties. This was in our supplemental as well. We provide, as I said earlier, custodial, groundskeeping, snow removal services. The department acquired 3 new properties in Cheyenne. There's 2 houses that we acquired, but the main building we acquired, we call it the DEQ building. It's on 17th Street, and DEQ houses 95% of it. We have a renter in the first floor. I'm going to turn this over to Andrew so he can talk about exactly the positions and the additional square footage that we've had. We've increased our square footage by significant amounts in the last 6 years, but we have not increased any kind of help to do that work. And we are at a point right now where it kind of showed in the supplemental where we didn't get the positions to help that building, we are struggling and stretched pretty thin for custodial work. And at some point, we're in a position where we're going to have to start taking custodians out of other buildings to make sure that we get everything done and not as well as we would like. Adding the square footage that we've added in the last 10 years is significant. So I'm going to let Andrew talk about that and talk about the struggles that we have with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was a building, the primary amount of this is to take care of the DEQ building. This was a building that we had leased, and we leased, I think, 85, 90% of the building. So this has been a savings to the state in getting a lower cost from the lease versus owning it and operating it. But as part of that, we previously, under the lease, the prior owner had contracted out for custodians, but we have a custodian group now. So that's why we're asking for the positions. The positions that we're asking for are consistent with what we've done in other buildings that are the same square footage. As far as how many people we have to serve those folks, I believe there's 170 or 190 folks in the DEQ building. It's very large, it's very packed for the square footage. It's used very efficiently. And so we just need the custodial staff to help us keep up with that and continue to maintain the asset the state's invested in.
Any questions? Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like debits and credits. And I can see here one side of the equation where we've got to have some help to clean this, and I don't have a problem with that particularly. You mentioned, sir, that there was a savings in the lease as opposed, or in the owning of the building instead of lease. That makes sense. You've had, 10, 11 months to look at that. Where can we see the dollar amount for that savings? How much have we saved so that we can balance that with what it's costing?
Director Hibbert.
Mr. Chairman, no mystery that I have the DEQ budget in my hands right now, because there is the debits and credits. In fact, what you'll see is that their base budget, the base budget is the last approved legislative appropriated budget, and then the standard budget. We made an adjustment from the 500 series. The 500 series is, they're paying a lease, they're paying it for themselves. Now they're under the statewide cost allocation. So as far as saving money, dollar for dollar, that's not necessarily going to happen because of natural inflation. But the debits to credits to where you see us no longer paying somebody for a lease versus the statewide cost allocation for them now occupying a state-owned space goes from $895,000 to $90,000 in DEQ's budget.
Okay, Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and that was exactly my question too, and it wasn't just that building, but we have some of our, Director Bach knows this has kind of been a thing with me for a while, some of our more egregious leases have been terminated and we've kind of moved away from in this town, and it has been a substantial savings. So yeah, this is definitely a cost plus deal. So definitely on the good side, and I definitely appreciate it.
Mr. Kutcher?
Could I hear you talk for a minute about the Lander Riverton facilities or buildings on the upkeep and operations? How do you see that in the future?
Chairman Bear, Senator Salazar, you're talking about the Riverton office building?
Correct.
Currently, right now, and I'm probably going to throw it over to Andrew, but we have, with the State Building Commission, and I believe Representative Angelos has heard some of this, that we are in the process of architects looking at how to adjust some of the, for example, the entryway for ADA accessibility. And it's in process right now. So we have talked with Representative Larson, who was part of the committee or commission, I can't remember if it's a commission. And so they are in the process of doing that right now. The Lander building, is that the State Trails building that you're asking about, or is it?
At an upgrade in their facility as far as conference room and,
Oh, DFS, okay. I'm going to turn it over to Andrew because I think he has more information for you.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chair Salazar, I believe the office you might be referring to is that DFS's office in Lander at the Life Resource Center. That is since it's on the Life Resources Center, that's managed by, as far as the facility, is managed by the Department of Health. And so that's not one of ours. We do have the State Trails Building, which is where State Parks' Trails program is at, but that's a different location.
the Riverton building, currently, there's still upkeep going and cleaning and all that.
Director Bob? Oh, Mr. Coleman?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chair Salazar, yes, we have a building manager under contract who also contracts for the custodial. He also does the landscaping. Lots of leaves fall from those trees up there. We've got pictures. And so yes, we are incurring costs for that, utilities as well, and maintenance for that.
Any further questions?
Chairman Bear, just one more thing on the Riverton office building. Thank you, Co-Chair Salazar. I would say that we're in that interim period right now. We probably are going to have to evaluate whether custodians at the Riverton office building, like the Thyra Thompson, is cheaper to have our folks in there versus a contract. And that's something I know the legislature wanted this building, so I think that's something that the governor we might have to look at in the future. We're in a kind of an in-between area right now, and the SBC is working on their on what we're going to do with that building and who's going to stay in the commission. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was a request from us, or maybe the legislature would be able to think about what we do with the Riverton office building and the people up there.
Okay. Further comments, questions? Seeing none, please.
Thank you. Okay, page number 91. Priority number 15A, this is safety training for our facility operations group. This is OSHA 10 certification. It's the minimum safety training for workers. It's $3,034. I kind of went through that quickly, but if you have any questions.
Any questions for this section? Seeing none.
Page number 92. This is priority number 22, grounds equipment replacements. We are in the process on this. The recommendation is to utilize more of a one-time reserves from the depreciation reserve account. We are checking to see whether we can do that or not. So kind of skipping over that one a little bit.
Any questions on this section?
Mr. Chairman, the depreciation reserve account is a special revenue fund, so yes, you can, and that's the governor's recommendation.
All right. Further questions or comments? Seeing none, please proceed.
The next one is on page 100. And this exception request is priority number 1B. And if you could allow me, I would like to wait for this one as we do 1A, which is under HRD, which is the compensation, because it goes hand in hand. So I thought maybe it'll go better at the same time. Thank you. Okay, and page number 102, priority 5B, New Cheyenne property acquisitions under the trades management, and I'm going to turn that over to Andrew as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a similar request. The prior request related to our budget unit that operates our grounds and custodial. This is related to our trades management. We have increased properties, you'll see in the narrative, significantly over the last years. An increase of about 515,000 since budget fiscal year 2009. But we have not increased staffing in the carpentry and HVAC crews. With the continued purchase of other properties, particularly the DEQ building, we have an increased need to expand those crews in order to keep up with the needs of the HVAC and the carpentry in all of our properties in Cheyenne. So this is kind of sort of a situation that was existing as an issue, and it's been, increased the demand by increasing the square footage even further. This relates to what we need for the maintaining the buildings, as well as the staff that we need on our crews, and the equipment and things that they need to do their jobs.
Mr. Co-Chair,
Mr. Co-Chair?
can you remind me again who's going to be filling those new those buildings? What are the tenants?
Mr. Chairman, and Co-Chair Salazar, the tenant in the DEQ building, which is by far the largest, it's DEQ. There is a private office on the first floor with a pre-existing lease that we are allowing to go through until it expires. And then our intention is to move additional staff into that building. We haven't identified that yet. I think we have another year or so on the lease. The other buildings, we are in the process of reviewing what we need to turn those from private houses, which is what they were, into offices. And we have some ideas about agencies or staff that we would move into those.
So they were purchased this year?
They were purchased not this summer, I think the prior summer. This was a request that was in our supplemental.
And what was the intent then for those purchases? Besides additional room, who were they meant for?
Those were required mostly for the property location. There are two houses that are on the same block as the Capitol Hill building or the Delta Dental building, and so it's a block from the Hershey.
Yes, got it.
Yeah, so if we ever needed to expand the block, we could.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a plan that people are trying to follow there. Is that
Correct.
Is that accurate? Representative Pendergraft?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to get bogged down in that, but I've heard quite a bit about us buying up property in this area, understandable. There must be a plan. Where is that plan? Who controls that plan? And are we looking at a 3 to 5 year plan, a 20-year plan? Because at the rate of $500,000 a year for carpenters, I start to wonder.
Chairman Bear, Representative Pendergraft, that's a good question. It's called the Master Plan Working Group, and I would say it's more like a long-term plan. And what happens is we might see leasing keeps an eye on what's properties are going up right around the Capitol Square. And if something comes up, we mention it to the working group under the SBC. And they look at it and decide and vote whether they think that's something we should be looking at, just like with the bollards out front that you saw happen and we finally got rid of the Jersey barriers. That's part of the master working group, and that's state construction, the governor's office, LSO, legislature's on there. I'm not sure if you're on there or not, Representative Angelos. Sometimes the mayor's there. It's a pretty large group of folks.
Just to follow up, you may not know, but just about a block east of the parking lot, there's another house up for sale right now. I was just curious, are they looking at that one? Yeah.
We'll never get it.
I will say that generally leasing has a pretty good look at it. We are looking kind of towards the west. There was an apartment complex that was up for sale, and we looked at it, but it got snatched up pretty quickly. It's right here, right next to the Capitol. So we do look at it on a regular basis, and leasing probably knows about the house on the east side. And kind of with what Senator Grew mentioned regarding leasing, and we kind of go back and forth on this quite a bit. I will say that we have a new leasing group in A&I, and I say new, it's been 4 years. And they have done incredible work with getting the leasing done and moving people and using the Tetris system to get people in places. So I just wanted to give a little shout out to them.
Further questions on this section? Director, the governor wanted $61,261 to be one-time. I don't see that dollar amount in the list, so I'm just curious if you could explain the governor's thinking there. On the trades, page 103.
Yes. I believe that's for the rest of this biennium, Kevin, is that right? No. Sorry if you're not on that page. Oh, Andrew has it.
Mr. Chairman, there are some one-time expenses related to acquiring the property, and that's what those are related to. There, if I remember right, there are some one-time purchases of equipment that we would need for the maintenance purposes in the building. We're thinking things like ladders. It's not at that, that's not the number, that's not the large part of the number, but they're one-time purchases that we would not need to ongoing funding for, and that's what it's based on. And
Lawnmower.
Mr. Chairman, that's a different budget unit.
Okay, you know, this trades request kind of begs a question. I don't want to get too far afield here, but when we're expending these trades, do you allocate that over all the buildings where they're working so that we know what the real cost of a building is? I mean, we just talked about the lease going away for DEQ, but we also, now we're gonna potentially have some janitor additional expenditures. We've got major maintenance. We've got these trades. I just want to know, is that all being tracked by location?
Chairman Bear, I'm going to let Andrew answer too, but we do utilize those across all the buildings. It's not like we have an HVAC and an electrician sitting in DEQ waiting for work. But we do have a ticketing system, and some of that facility force requests that we've asked for is to help with that, with the building management, along with the next priority, which is key management. So having that automated is going to be easier, and I will let Andrew talk about that too.
Mr. Chairman, so we do track our work orders, which includes hours as well as expenditures. And those are tracked generally by the building as well. So we are able to look at that kind of on the back end, and that relates particularly to our trades. Custodial, we don't quite have a direct cost there, but usually we have custodians assigned to buildings, and so we can oftentimes largely attribute money there. But for our work orders, we are able to keep a track on those. One thing, going back just a little bit to an earlier question for the committee's knowledge, the lease when we acquired the property, the cost of the lease for the DEQ building was $650,000 a year. Yeah. Correct.
I think Mr. Hibbert had said 895 is what was accounted for. Okay. And the 90K that it is now for the.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. So what takes
That by
place
any-
is we take it from the owner of the property. So DEQ had $900,000 in their budget to pay for that lease. And now that it's state property, we took that money out of the 500 series, which is for rental or lease, and we moved it up to the 300. But when we get to the DEQ budget, you'll notice that the 300 series budget did not increase to the extent that we lowered the rent budget. So there is a savings in there, but it's also tied to a lot of other things that are going on in the statewide cost allocation. So I can't just simply say it's a pure calculation, but we know that we benefited from it.
Per year. And that also, I believe, Mr. Chairman, also I believe excludes some amount of money for utilities, which also was paid in addition as part of that lease, which was an old lease. But, so we don't normally have that for most of our other leases. Usually utilities are included in the overall price.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the utilities are in the utilities object for the DEQ, so that's logical.
Comments on this section? All right, I just want to make sure we're going to get back to that page 101 when we.
I'll get there.
On the employee stuff, so yeah, go ahead. Director.
Thank you, Chairman Bear. I'm going to turn the next one, it's priority number 6, key management software, over to Andrew. That's also within that same facility force or operate system.
Mr. Coleman?
Mr. Chairman, Thank you. The key management software we currently have is an old program that honestly, the computer can't be upgraded. So we are in a situation where, for security purposes, we want to make sure we're keeping track of keys. We have a locksmith shop over in our trades building, the Woodson building, and some folks that are doing a great job over there. There is a module now that we believe is at a point where it will be useful for our, so we've been looking at what options would be out there for key software. We were able to identify that in the existing operating system, they now have a key module, which we believe will utilize will help us to better keep track of keys, to automate key requests, and distribution of those, to help us make quicker changes to, currently it's a paper system, so that we utilize for key requests. This would allow us to automate it. It also saves us money because there's already, to describe it, you don't have to build the building in the software. The software we already have for our buildings has what rooms, what agencies, things like that. There's a lot less work than if you were to start with a brand new separate database. So we're trying to utilize our existing system, add an additional module to it that we don't currently have, to allow us to better automate and improve our security for how we keep track of keys. And these are hard keys is what I'm discussing on here, as opposed to like electronic card keys, like your IDs. These would be hard keys.
My question, all right, thank you. Any questions on this section? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to let Andrew do priority number 9 as well, because this is the security card access. So that is your swipe cards.
Mr. Chairman, yes, so this is for not the hard key software. We do have an existing vendor, and the prices continue to go up. This is what we believe we need to continue to operate the existing card system that we use in Cheyenne, which is used in this building, the Hirschler, all of our major office buildings, and a number of other buildings. And it's a increase in order to maintain the current system as we have it.
Mr. Co-Chairman, go ahead first.
Does that mean, is that maintenance or is that new keys for everyone?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chair Salazar, this is just for the maintenance. This is just the licensing.
Thanks.
This is the key card. We need to going back to the previous one, number 6. Those are actual physical keys for $204,000. Is that tracking that right?
Correct.
It's the
Mr.
work
Chairman.
order to get physical keys, and then I assume you make those physical keys. Is that part of the same program, or is it just a machine that you?
Mr. Chairman, those are, we have locksmiths that are able to create the keys if we need to create new ones. They also have safes that maintain our existing copies, so we try not to make extra copies when we don't need to. And the prior request would be to help us be able to better automate the tracking of when those keys need to come in and out and change hands between agency or staff when we move agencies, et cetera, for the physical keys. It is a completely separate system because the software that we have for the card access is connected to the company it's proprietary to the company that also has the servers that power the card access readers and that sort of thing.
So it's $204,000 to track physical keys. It's $30,000 to keep software that works with the key card program. I'm sure there's other expenditures for the key card program, but are we working towards getting away from physical keys? I know this building you probably can't, it's historical, but on all of our other buildings, are we trying to get away from physical keys? Is there an effort there, a plan?
Mr. Chairman, yes, we're looking at also what we would need. So this is for priority number 9 here. This is just the cost to continue the card system as it is, just our license, the costs are going up. We are looking at what we would need to do for the future. We know that we've had our card system, that current technology has been around, I think we've used it probably 20 years. And so we are looking at what we need to do to upgrade towards the future. Also, when we do renovations for spaces, when those opportunities come up, for instance, like the Hathaway building, we look to try and utilize cards when we can instead of physical keys. One of the great things about that is when you have turnover, you turn off the card. You don't have to worry about if somebody doesn't turn their key in and any security risk there. So we are working to try and utilize card access as much as we can. it's a very expensive system, unfortunately, and the card readers that we found are very expensive as well to add, but we do look at that.
So $204,000 or $100,000 a year for this software for tracking. Is this a one-time?
This, Mr. Chairman, this is a 140,000 of that is one time, and it's to get it up and going, so that we can manage the hard keys or physical keys better.
63 ongoing, so 31.5, 32 for the hard, for physical keys, 32,000 a year
Mr.
for
Chairman.
software to track physical keys. How many keys do we have? And this is in just Cheyenne, right?
Yes.
Correct. Mr. Chairman, I don't know the number on the keys. There was one piece I forgot, and it is in the narrative. Another piece of the module with this is also utilizing a system called Engage Request, which is an additional thing within Operate. So we'd be getting the key module and this Engage module. They work together. It would also, the Engage module is more of the user interface. It would allow us to modernize and make more user-friendly. We don't currently have online forms for folks easily to be able to submit requests for work orders, key requests, leases, space changes, those sort of things. As part of this, so the 63 is not just, it would be for both the module for keys as well as the Engage Request, which would allow us to make those, they would be much more easy, similar to like a Google form or something. We would be able to create that would then automatically populate stuff into our database. Currently, the interface is not the most user-friendly with the database. It does the work we need it, but as far as new users, it's a little harder. So part of this would be implementing that Engage Request module as well.
How many key cards could we install for $30,000 a year?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I believe we've been getting, for card readers, that would probably be 2 card readers. Two doors. And that,
2 doors.
then because you have the card reader, you also have to modify the door to put electronic strikes. You'd have to add data connection to the door frame, and they're very expensive. So as we're looking at future upgrades to that system or kind of implementing what the next technology is, we're going to want to be also very aware of what tech opportunities do we have to bring those costs down for future ones. Is the current system we have is proprietary to the entire manufacturer. So it's both the card reader, the cards, and the software is all one manufacturer. We would look at, I think, in future, the opportunity to use, there are card systems out there where you can get a card reader from one person. It works with the card reader from a second vendor on software provided by a third vendor. And if one company goes out, you can swap out and things will be interoperable. And that might be able to bring down future costs. But under the current system we have, it's a proprietary thing. And so it's sort of the cost is the cost, unfortunately.
And Chairman Bear, I would add to that too, and I don't think anybody at this table or behind me would be surprised that I said this is one of the most frustrating things I've seen as director, is that this system is ridiculously expensive and we need to get away from the proprietary stuff. 2 card readers, like he said, they're 15 grand a piece and they're probably more now. And it just, in my mind, it's extremely frustrating and I have been complaining about it for quite a while. So we are trying to get away from it. It is not easy. So an example on the hard keys though, actual keys, the Emerson building, I wanted to see if we could rekey the Emerson building for ETS and for the people who are in there. It's $1 million just to rekey a building because of the doors and how you'd have to replace the doors. I had never realized the amount of money it costs for that.
$1 million to convert it over to key cards?
No.
Or $1 million just to put 2 new locks?
Yes, just to put new locks and in some cases, new doors. And I didn't understand that the first time. I was like, that can't be. So the key and the security is something that's been frustrating for quite a while.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I somewhat feel your pain. I've managed keys for over 70 rentals and, turnover and all that other. But my question is, so you're talking just here in Cheyenne, What do we do in Casper, for example, with the Thyra Thompson building? Is it possible that we come up with, I know hotels have systems. Could we have some sort of a central key processing thing that would take care of buildings all over the state?
Chairman Bear, Representative Pendergraph, we have talked about that, and the software at the Thyra Thompson is better. It's a local company there. It is not the same company. If I could get them to come down here and do the work in Cheyenne, I think we'd be pretty happy. However, it's still not inexpensive. I just want to make that clear, but I don't believe it's proprietary. It may be up in Casper.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraph, so for the card access keys, it is a situation where it's not proprietary, all those pieces. For the hard keys, we do have a separate database that was purchased as part of that construction and implementing those keys, and it was put together by the contractors during the renovation. And that's a database that our building manager utilizes up there, and it's very good. It's been very good software for that. It's helpful there because we have the one building, and so it was able to be created for that one building. In the future, it would be great if we were able to utilize this new module down here and be able to replace the one up in Casper. We currently don't seem to have a lot of issues with needing to have a centralized lock shop here that would issue keys out to locations, but if we're able to use this module, have those other vendors, and maybe, for example, if we had a building manager in Riverton try to utilize this module, we just add keyways into the database for that building, and then that could be something hopefully we would be able to utilize. So our hope is that this is something we can use as efficiently as possible for as many locations as we can to make the best use out of the money.
All right. No further questions. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Bear. We are now on page 106, priority 15B. This is similar safety training, but it's for the Trades Management Group, and it's OSHA 10 certification. It is one-time funding of $15,497 and an ongoing of $8,106. One thing I wanted to mention, it seems like little amounts of money we keep asking for. We are so tight that we have to ask for the little bits of money for A&I, so we try to be as frugal as possible, and that's where we are in the safety training and needing to ask for that funding.
Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. We're on page 107, priority 17C. This is also facility force current software module increase, $10,758. And we utilize this operate system. And I'll let Andrew talk about anything further on that.
Mr. Chairman, this is to maintain the existing license for the operate modules that we use for work orders for our trades maintenance, as well as our space management module, which we've implemented. And that helps us keep track of what agencies are in what locations, and also be able to produce reports for that. One of the key uses we use that for is to assist the budget department in being able to properly allocate for statewide allocation the costs to agencies based upon the square footage they use. So those are the two modules. There's also a share that we have, the operate system we utilize as well as state construction department utilizes. They use it for the other state agencies they deal with CapCon, as well as, I believe they use it for schools in some cases, to manage their construction projects. So they have separate modules. We split some of the overall sort of a shared overhead cost that's not specific to the modules. And I believe that's allocated a little bit to this budget unit cost as well. But it's primarily for the modules for work orders and for space management.
Director Hibbard, would this $10,000, $11,000 be allocated? Or is it all going to go to A&I?
Mr. Chairman, yes. How's that for brevity?
Understood.
Mr. Chairman, to add to that, I believe the trades budget and the facilities operations budgets are allocated out through the statewide module.
All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Bear. Page 108. This is priority number 23, Douglas property taxes. We did purchase the Douglas property for the facilities related to the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy up in Douglas, a shooting range. The concern we have is that if we don't have a lease in place, do we have to pay property taxes? So that's something that we believe we may have to pay property taxes on that if we don't have anybody on it. So we are working with the AG's office on that as well. So this is the number that we have kind of figured out what the property tax would be. If we had somebody in a lease on there, we wouldn't have to pay it. So if Andrew has anything additional.
Mr. Chairman, yes, if we're able, our intention is, until that property is needed for the actual construction of a facility, to continue to lease it so it can be used, and the goal would be to pass on any tax costs onto that lessor, or that lessee. If we don't have it, though, this was the concern, that we want to make sure that we would be able to pay any taxes that would be owed, since it's not specifically used for government use, and currently it's awaiting use for future facilities.
My understanding is we don't pay property taxes on any of our vacant properties, so it'd be those properties that were being used for non-government. This would be, if it's empty.
Chairman Bear, there is a question on whether, if it's vacant, whether we would owe the property on it. So we are investigating the exempt status on that.
See what you find out.
And we can let you know.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on that, I guess one, is it actively being advertised to attract someone to lease it and work on it? And then would it be safe to say this may not need to be an ongoing expense if we do get an answer or clarification from the AG or get it leased?
Chairman Bear, absolutely good question. It would be an ag lease. It would basically be a grazing lease. There's no property to lease. It's not like there's a building on it. So we are in the process, the person we bought it from, I'm not sure if they are interested in leasing it still. So that's kind of where we are. We're in this holding pattern. So we will get back to you on that, on what we find out from the AG's office, if they're going to lease anything for grazing.
Pendergraph.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How big a piece of property is this?
And Chairman and Representative Pendergraph, we are in the process of negotiating a lease, is what Andrew just said. So there has been some movement on that. Thank you, Representative Sherwood.
Questions on this section? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay, we are on page 115. Priority 5C, new property acquisition. This is strictly utility costs, and I'm going to turn it to Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this is the component of acquiring the properties, particularly the DEQ building, that we would need to pay for utilities over the next biennium.
A little slower, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. This is the cost that we would need to pay for the utilities of those new properties in Cheyenne, particularly the DEQ building.
All right. Any questions? Seeing none, please, Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Why wouldn't we see this in the DEQ budget?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, this is another one of those situations where we have a budget that's allocated through statewide cost allocation.
Then
Yes,
it's
Mr.
recaptured.
When it becomes a piece of state property, then we shift it to the statewide cost allocation and bill through the 300 series. All of these things that we've been discussing here will eventually get billed out to those occupants, just like the Thyra Thompson, whoever happens to be in there, we will bill it to them on an actual cost basis, 2-year lag.
Follow-up? Representative Sherwood? Okay. Any further questions on utilities? Okay, seeing none, please
Chairman.
proceed.
Chairman Bear, thank you. We're on page 116. Priority number 21. This is a new Cheyenne stormwater fee that the city of Cheyenne will begin charging property owners a new dedicated monthly fee for stormwater system maintenance. This is a new fee in addition to the other utility charges. And since we have 43 parcels owned by the department with a total hard surface area of approximately 2.5 million square feet, since this is supposed to happen in January, but since they haven't done it yet, we're kind of a little bit in the dark. We've figured out how much approximately they're going to ask for, and it's about $6,000 a month. It's significant. I will tell you that we're looking into the reasonableness of this. So this is something that we can follow up with you on what we find out. There are a couple lawsuits that are going on, not from the state, but in the surrounding area for this. So it's more of a stay tuned and see what happens. But if they put this stormwater fee in, it's significant, of $182,617. 146 would be ongoing, and the remainder would be one time and effective immediately, if it goes through.
All of your employees vote.
Yes, they do.
Just checking.
Okay, and then,
Representative Sherwood, I
Oops, I'm sorry.
inspired her to make a comment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was really piqued to see this item, because yes, the city of Laramie is looking at something similar. And so whether you disagree or agree with the fees, the bigger picture is that we have communities who are dealing with infrastructure challenges, but there's such a low tax base that it's really hard to pay for these improvements. And so when you have a storm come, you have flooding, you have property damage, you potentially have health and human service response because of that, and then to say whose responsibility is it to mitigate that, something that impacts all of us, all of our constituents. So I was interested to see this. I understand you're hinting at potential, probably, conversations with AG, as is our good friend, the university. But I do think that there's a bigger challenge being highlighted by this issue in terms of who's contributing to the challenge and then who's going to contribute to the resolution regarding, again, we don't want people to be negatively impacted in terms of safety, but also damage to private property, because we have communities who aren't addressing or aren't able to address their stormwater fees. So I do think this is a timely conversation, and I don't know if in the future we're going to have to do an executive session to talk more in detail about the legality of these fees. Thank you.
All right, thinking about taking a break here.
It's a good
Where are we
spot.
at in your progression?
Chairman Bear, the next priority is adjusting the pay tables. So it's a perfect adjusting the pay table. It's a good time to take a break, and then we don't have much after that.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Okay, Director, if you could please continue.
Thank you, Chairman Bear. We are now on page 121. This is the adjustment of the pay tables. So we talked a little bit earlier at the very beginning about phase one, phase two. Some of you were here for those discussions. Phase one and phase two essentially were to get state employees kind of on the right path without compression. And the easiest way for me to explain compression is we had not had raises for 6 years. And so you had 20-year employees making a rate, say $20 an hour. We had to hire in brand-new employees at $20 an hour just to get them in. So that messed up our the compensation pay tables, basically. It didn't mess up the pay tables, it messed up how we were utilizing them. So without raises and without changing the pay table, we were getting into a position where supervisors were not making much more than the people they were supervising. So phase one and phase two utilized a matrix that said how far are you away from MPP. It was very complicated. I don't know how many of you had watched some of that, and I know Senator Sauer, co-chair, you were involved in some of those discussions, so they were complicated to say the least. So we went through that process. The legislature and the governor got that done. It was very appreciative. The employees appreciated it. Now we are in a state where we're on 2022 pay tables. So we need to go, ideally we go to 2025, but they're not even ready yet. Well, they're ready, they just came in. We're not ready to talk about them. So we want to go to 2024 pay tables. So we'd still be almost 2 years behind by the time we do this. However, what we have looked at, and as you know, the governor has been very involved in looking at this and trying to be efficient. And well, what does it look like if you just went to 2023, to try to figure it out? Because if you either move the pay tables or you don't, there's really not an in-between. So we looked at the 2023 pay tables. And unfortunately, attorneys, nurses, snowplow drivers, all the folks that are problems with the pay, trades, it didn't get fixed until 2024. So if Representative Pendergraph remembers, we had a discussion on the health subcommittee meeting and talked with that committee along with the director of health. And he had some numbers on where he thought they needed to be to raise for nurses so they could get out of the 900 series contracts. 900 series contracts for nurses are 3-4 times more than what you would pay nurses. So we looked at that, and the 2024 pay table gets him where he needs to be, which makes sense. It looks like everybody's on the same page. So when we talk about moving the pay tables, and I know there are some that say, well, we just did phase one and phase two. We did, and it was 20-some percent, I believe, and Aaron can talk about this a little bit more in depth. We looked at the surrounding states and say, okay, since 2021, what's the percentage that you guys have paid your employees over and above? We are still below every state around us. Not a ton behind. I mean, the majority of what we are looking at is about a 9% increase. That's the average. But if you looked at 2023, and I want to make sure that you understand how we look at this, 2023, the people that got the raises are not the people we wanted to get the raises. So that would be like me. I would get a big raise if the 2023 pay table. 2024 hits where we need it. It doesn't hit the upper level employees. It hits the people who are hard to recruit. It hits the people that have consistently had struggles. And so I wanted to kind of just give an overview of Phase 1 and Phase 2. Aaron has quite a bit, Administrator Williams has quite a bit more information on how we looked at this. Obviously, we don't have to go through the matrix and the PMIs and all the other things that we had to discuss last time. This is simple, is a pay table move. And I wanted to make sure that in the future, if you want to discuss kind of a little bit more in depth, we can always come back regarding budgeting and how that works with the pay tables and what we can do. Like I did hear another director talk about, paying 90% of MPP. What we want to do is get away from paying 90% of MPP, and we have with Phase 1 and Phase 2. We have moved people along that scale. So for example, you might have an employee, I'll take a custodian, who right now is making $17 an hour, significantly more because of Phase 1 and Phase 2. They were making $11 an hour. Now they're making, nobody in the state makes less than $15.50. It's a lot that make $15.50 because they come in brand new. But if they're making $17 an hour, they're somewhere around 98% of MPP, somewhere around there, maybe 100% of MPP. With the MPP, is the market policy position. So that's market. So you look at market within the state, private sector, all the other states that we work with, and say they're at 98% of that MPP. When we move the pay table, they will go to 98% of MPP on the new pay table, so we don't backfall. If we were to move the pay table and say, okay, everybody's at 90%, our number could be lower on how much we're paying. It may not be 112 million, it may be 90, but we lose everything that we did from Phase 1 and Phase 2. We would have to go back later and do a whole Phase 1 and Phase 2 again. And as you know, that was complicated. So if we move the pay tables on a semi-regular basis, not every year, but if you move them, once a biennium and keep up with it, it's not as bad as going back to the Phase 1 and Phase 2. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the HRD Administrator, Aaron Williams, to talk a little bit more about it, and then we can have all kinds of questions.
Okay, Ms. Williams.
Chairman Bear, Co-Chair Senator Salazar, thank you so much for your time today. We truly appreciate it. We come in this request still working with agencies daily on recruiting and retention issues that they are experiencing, not to discount or discredit all of the hard work that the executive branch has done working collaboratively with agencies in the legislature on Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3. We're very appreciative of those dollars, but we are still experiencing, as we have talked on and off today, and I'm sure you'll hear from a lot of agencies in the future, we still are experiencing recruiting and retention issues in quite a few integral areas for the state of Wyoming. As Director Bach mentioned, looking at 2023, the raises or how that market information came out, it was the higher pay grades, and that isn't the areas where we're experiencing the recruiting and retention issues. We ran some data, the market lag between the current 2022 pay tables we're on and 2024 based on the various pay tables we have. We're still lagging on the general pay table, 5.7%. The executive pay table, 6.4%. The highway patrol and criminal investigation, we're lagging 12.5%. As Director Bach also mentioned, we have been working closely with Director Stefan Johansson over at Department of Health. Our nursing pay table numbers are still 21.2% behind, even after all of the work that we have done Phase 1 through Phase 3. Similar numbers for our attorney pay scale, we're 17.9% behind. So that's kind of an overall aggregate. We're behind the most recent pay table, 8.7%. The other area where we have extreme difficulty in recruiting and retaining employees is our pay grades C through G. Those are our lowest pay scales. Those are about 14.6% to 15.6% behind. So if we were to obtain the approval on this increase that we're asking for, it would greatly benefit our entry-level, lower-level employees coming into the state. Right now, we have worked with Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3 to move our lowest paid employees from $11 an hour to $15.50. But as you're all aware, driving down the street, McDonald's is offering $17, $18, $19 an hour. Of course, we take into consideration the pension we have and the benefits, and we heavily recruit for those as we're onboarding and recruiting employees. But bottom line, we're still pretty far behind on our salaries. The thought process behind, as Director Bach said, with the movement of the pay tables is now if we were to be granted the approval for this request, we would just be in a maintenance phase where we're catching up from, out of the last 10 years, we had 6 years without increases. So we were playing catch up, and as you all know, playing catch up is a lot more costly than getting us where we need to be, and then once every biennium looking at those pay tables and being able to maintain that. So this is kind of our last effort to get to the most recent pay table and look at continuing a trend where we're not allowing ourselves to fall behind, six years out of the last 10. So it's been very difficult catching up. We did not want to unravel all of the work that was done on Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3. Our goal has always been to get employees as closest to that market rate as possible. And if in the past our practice has been adjust the pay table and just get everybody to the 90%. We had a lot of compression issues. We were losing employees, 5 to 10 years. Our critical level, we weren't able to hire entry-level employees, and so now I think we're in a much better position there, and we're simply just asking to maintain that. So if I'm at 96% of compa ratio on the 2022 pay table, we're asking to just maintain my current position in range and move me to the 96% of the 2024 pay table.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard twice today, $15.50 for starters, plus a really good benefits package. And that's kind of been my view of how most government jobs have been in the past. They may not pay as much per hour, but the benefits are usually pretty striking. Not to mention just job security is pretty solid. But my question goes back to the pay tables. Would you talk a little bit about how the pay tables incorporate the benefits package as a factor of that? Because I'm not sure I'm real clear in my mind. On the one hand, I'm hearing, okay, the minimum is $15.50, but the benefits outweigh that, which puts us ahead of the outside. And I might also say, in looking at page 22 of this thing, never in my life in a 2-year, 3-year period did I get 20% raise.
Chairman Bear, Representative Pendergraft, that's a very good question. Our pay tables, this is just strictly looking at base pay, so benefits are not incorporated into this. Your point is very well taken. 20% is a lot in the last 3 years, and we recognize that. I think we were asked, and I think Dawn has given you guys this information, a compensation request from the JAC was to look at the 10-year history of raises state employees have been granted, as well as the comparator states that we use in our market methodology. And if you look at that, over the past 10 years, the vast majority of these have been given in recent years. The state of Wyoming has received 26.32% increases. Our comparator states, Colorado, has received 28.5. However, they have a step increase that also they give their employees that is not included in that number. Utah has seen 33% increases, Idaho 42%, South Dakota 39.35%, and Nebraska almost 42%. So even with our great benefits package and the work that we've received, when we compare to our comparator states, we're still quite a bit behind. For those 6 years, we didn't receive any increases.
Representative Angelos, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I am noticing this. I went through kind of your charts, and I'm seeing that in red, state of Wyoming is is on average, there's an average employee pay, they're showing that, and then the state of Wyoming. What we're looking at is you compared 12 states, and 9 of them have state income tax. And so you probably are going to see, with our salaries, we are going to make a little bit more because we are not paying income tax. So I just didn't know if you took that into account.
Ms. Williams?
Yeah, Representative Bear.
Give the history of the comparative states.
Representative Angelo, sorry. We again are just looking when we're running through this exercise, comparing base pay to base pay on those market pay tables. However, previously, I've been here 26 years. The last 10 years, we have worked very, very closely with a statewide compensation commission that we had in place for many years. The market methodology has grown substantially. We used to, when I started, just have the Mountain States Employers Council, which was the Colorado Front Range area. We looked at all of the central states compensation association, so we had all of the states in our market data. And then we looked at the local prevailing wage survey from the Department of Workforce Services. We knew at that time that wasn't really representative of the market where we're competing. So with the assistance of the Compensation Commission and the recommendation, we work very closely with Dr. Liu and the Economic Analysis Division. We have narrowed our 12 state comparators down from utilizing all of the states because we aren't comparing to California. They really skewed the data. So through a lot of analytics and numbers that we were running for the Compensation Commission, we looked at the source and destination information, where we were gaining employees from and where we were losing employees to. And of course, we were heavily competing with the 6 states contiguous to the state of Wyoming. And then there were 6 additional states that kind of played into that. There were a few that were added by the Compensation Commission to balance out a few of the higher paid ones. They put in some lower paid ones. So when you're looking at how other states do their regression analysis or their modeling on compensation, they kind of do some Windsor, analysis, and they look at the mean and take out the high and low of each state. The Compensation Commission quite a few years ago went through that entire exercise, and we used pay scale, so we added some regional and national data in there. We have local surveys, and they've narrowed down those 12 states to take into consideration those outliers and to really ensure that we're competing where our source and destination information is showing we should be for our market.
Chairman Bear?
Yes.
I would also like to add, and I just want to play a little bit of devil's advocate, because South Dakota also doesn't have a state income tax, and they were at almost 40%. So, and I understand the logic behind there. The problem is that we can't compete with local government. We can't compete, certainly now, with Meta and everybody else coming in. We just can't compete right now in the state. And somebody said to me today, we just have to realize that we're part of the Front Range now, and I never heard it put that way. But with all of Meta and Google and Oracle coming in, I think we are kind of stuck in that situation in Cheyenne. I cannot find electricians because they're taking them all in these in Meta, Oracle, Google. And it's a situation I don't think we can get out of easily because of our, one, we would have to have more 900 series if we wanted to go out and contract. The problem is the contractors can't hire them. They don't even have the money to compete with them at this point. So we're looking at, somebody else said, well, you'd have to go to Nebraska and get people to come in from Nebraska. I mean, that's what we're trying to evaluate now with our trades folks. And that's just trades, because that's where I am. I mean, that's what I look at. The nursing problem is significant. And if you get on the pay table and you can see from nursing and snowplows and attorneys, all of these numbers, if we go to 2024, they're matching what the directors want and what they think they can do. So it makes sense that we're following we're not working on the same numbers. Stefan Johansson is getting numbers from, I don't know where, but his numbers end up being the same as HRD's. And so when you look at that and you can get rid of the 900 series, and then Director Johansson had said at one point, then we don't have to go into the contracting and traveling nurses anymore. And if we can get rid of that part of it and actually hire people to get the benefits and have a decent salary, I think you lose that turnover if you follow the market at that time.
Mr. Co-Chair?
I guess I'm disappointed that phase 1 and 2 didn't go to the right people. You were telling me that it went to you, or, well, then help me understand what your statement was.
Yes, please. Chairman Bear, I definitely want to correct that. When I said, what I was saying is that when we were talking about moving from 2022 pay table to 2024, some of the questions were, can't we just do 2023? Maybe that'll get us halfway there to the year 2023. When we looked at that, that's where we didn't help the nurses, we didn't help the attorneys, we didn't help the trades folks. They ended up helping the upper level executive level, which we don't want to do. That's not where our problem is. Our problem is actually where the 2024 pay table really focuses, which is on the lower pay tables. And so if I misspoke, I apologize. I did not mean phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 and phase 2 did everything we asked it to do. And so I think what we need to do, what I was trying to say is that going to 2023, even though it might be cheaper, it doesn't help the right people.
So, Mr. Chairman, so let me ask you this. If this committee were to approve the full request, are we still behind other states then?
Chairman Bear, Co-Chair Salazar, slightly, but not significantly. We're on a 2024 pay table instead of 2026. So when this would go into effect, if it were approved, it'd be 2026.
Mr. Chair, Co-Chair, would you see additional need in a supplemental?
No. I'm going to say that right now, we would not. If we get into a habit of doing pay table moves on a 2-year or 3-year basis, we know what we're looking at coming up. We can plan for that. We know that we're not going to go another 6 to 7 years without a pay rate increase. And so, no, it would not come into supplemental. There's one thing, if you go back to page 101, that was the prevailing wage. I want to make sure I talk a little bit about that. Originally, we were looking at it because we were having such a hard time with trades. And in our contracts, when we do contracts for like Capcom, we have to pay the contractor prevailing wage, and their people have to be paid prevailing wage. So when we were looking at that, we're like, well, okay, well, where are we with prevailing wage? And it's hard in Wyoming. It's not a union state. It's not like I can just pull up and say, what's the prevailing wage? It's self-reported. So what we did is we looked at it and said, I had already done this, the book, and asked for it before we went into the governor's office. But in doing some research, DOC has the same problem, WYDOT has the same problem. Everybody who has trades has the same problem. So I was like, it's not fair for A&I just to ask for prevailing wage. We're an enterprise agency. So that prevailing wage number of $1 million-ish on page 101 is for the entire enterprise that have trades, electricians, HVAC, plumbers, carpenters. And I think that's all I have in there. But so that prevailing wage ask, although it says A&I, we went back and looked at the enterprise and figured out that number would fix everybody that is in the trades and the prevailing wage, especially with the pay table move. Does that make sense?
Director, why did you separate that out? The trades, the prevailing wage, $1 million.
Chairman Bear and Co-Chair Salazar, I would say that was my mistake. I originally separated it out because we weren't sure if we were asking for the pay table move. So if we didn't get, I honestly panicked about where we are with our trades. And I was like, we have to do something because I don't have a 900 series amount to go out and contract. So our 900 series is very, very, very small. And it basically is to the penny on Sarah System, a couple other contracts that we have. It's very small. So I don't have the luxury to go out and contract for trades in that situation. So we looked at that a lot earlier than we did the pay table move. So that's how it ended up there on the same. But if you had to ask me, obviously the pay table move is more important.
Other questions? Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at the chart on page 58, the turnover numbers.
Oh.
Something we talk about a bit. As a business person, I know in my business, if I have a 10% turnover rate, that's about right for me. Every point I go up from 10%, my training costs start to take over what I would gain or what I'm not gaining by raising the wage itself. And yet, but then if it goes then conversely, if it drops down below 10%, I'm paying too much.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I know you have it broken out by departments and it looks at that. So there's that question. And the other question I have is, so put that one over there just to talk about where that is for government work as far as it goes. Then on another chart, you talk about, we always talk about this one, when you're young, you hire a 20-year-old, they don't care about the insurance, they don't care about the retirement because they're so far out in the distance. But I see that our average hire has gone from 22 to 37. Now, there's also an opportunity cost there. When you start, and I say this now as an old person, when you hire 37-year-olds that start at coming in the door, well, then you're going to lose them. They're going to work their 20 spot and leave and get if they make it to vested in insurance. And so now you start to lose that. Although they come for the insurance, they're more coming for that. So talk about that as far as how those two facts. And if you don't have it, if you want to put something together to give the committee later, because I think it would be helpful to give context to how you settled on 24 pay tables, which I'm still stuck on the fact that we're actually going to do something that's going to put us 2 years behind the 8 ball when we start, but I'm trying to get past that. But, to try to figure out how you got to 24 pay tables and how those two facts fit into that, because, and I appreciate the fact that you say, we're not coming in the supplemental, don't worry. Well, I worry because not because you're not you believe it, I believe you believe it, but when I look at those two facts, I worry about that because it just seems like, well, how's that going to play out across the enterprise? And I know that the first two phases, after not doing anything for many years and getting way behind, I know what that did. I know what it did to the office. I remember some of us remember the retention bonus days. Mm-hmm. And that was a crazy that we don't want to go back to. So if you can help me with that now, great. If you can write it in a report or just address it in a report to get it to the committee to help later, that would be great too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Bear, Senator Grew, we can get that to you in a report. I will say that if we keep an employee 5 years, we're likely to keep them even longer. It's that 5-year mark. I'm sorry, go ahead. Oh, sorry, I don't mean to.
Go ahead and answer, I'm sorry.
And so if we keep them 5 years, they're likely to stay. The problem is we're losing them at year 3, and that's part of the issue. And I don't want to say that we're behind because we only got 2025 pay tables like last week. So it's not like, every state is going to be somewhat behind in that situation because you have to wait for the information to come out. If we were to go to 2024 pay tables in July, the amount of the fixes that happen in the lower pay tables, unless the sky is falling, we're not coming back in a supplemental. Because what we would ideally like to be able to do is have a schedule on pay table movement. And then nobody's surprised. We know what that number is. We know what the positions are budgeted for. And we kind of know what that money's going to look like. So that's kind of the discussion that I had mentioned earlier, is if we wanted to talk about it at another time on how we budget, the positions between the governor's office budget and A&I. I think it's helpful to talk about that, because if we can get to a point where we're moving pay tables, what the positions are budgeted for, we almost don't even have to talk about it. You just decide whether you want to do it this year or not. And you know what that number is. It's something you could anticipate. And that's what we should be getting to, is if we're going to move the pay tables, this is how much it's going to cost. And that's ideally so that you guys have that information and you're able to make that decision.
That's why I'm trying to illustrate then about, what is the cost of not doing it versus the cost of doing it. Sometimes the cost of not doing things can be more expensive than doing them. But one more factor to throw in on the younger side, and it's something that was suggested in some business situations, and I know government's one of them, with the younger people, we offer and can offer education.
Yes.
Where does that factor in? And have we talked about that as an incentive on the younger side to pull that number down? In other words, talk to maybe our friends across the hill or down the street at community colleges or universities and say, if you're in that 3-year period, you stay that 3 years where you get that, we can offer you, some sort of modified Hathaway, some sort of incentive. So trying to work the combos, so try to work a younger side version of what us older people love, 401ks and retirement plans and all pensions and stuff.
Chairman Baer. Senator Guru, we do offer an education. What we do is you have to be here a certain amount of time before that can happen. And if you leave after we've paid for it before a certain amount of time, they have to pay it back. It's a very good incentive, especially for young people. We've had multiple people use it at A&I. We've had multiple people use it in the governor's office, all around the state. And it doesn't mean they have to go out. They can do it by teleeducation, online school. And it's a very good program. We've had situations where people leave right after and they do have to pay us back. And they have. So that's another benefit that we use for the younger folks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let's say that we go from 22 to 24 pay tables, and it's a year from now, and we look at the next version of this one. So there's another column. How tall is that bar going to be? What percentage increase would that amount to?
Thank you, Chairman Baer. I think you're on page 22, is that correct? I see what you're saying, I'm sorry. I believe, and I spoke with Don Richards about this as well. It's I'm too old to read it from here, so Aaron's gonna say it, 8.7%.
So that then amounts to almost 3 times the rate of inflation.
Chairman Baer, since 2023, I think that would not be 3 times. I would have to call Dr. Liu up here to answer that question. But, I know that the rate of inflation, although it is going down right now, it has been significant on the employees in the last 4 years. And I know at one point it was 11%. That was a struggle for our folks. So I would encourage that we could do something from Dr. Liu and get you something on that specifically, so it's on point.
I think that email that Mr. Richards just shared with you might help you with that too. But go ahead, follow up.
Okay, thank you. I understand that I may have received an email that may answer some of that. I'm just trying to put in perspective.
Yes.
You know, the pay tables, how much is that moving it each year? Are we keeping pace with inflation just barely? Are we outpacing it? Where are we at? So thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, I want to make sure that good Representative Pendergraph and I are on the same page. I just want to make sure we're saying, like, what has inflation been since 2015 until now? As we look at this and do a comparison, my understanding is that if we approve this proposal, and we're looking at that 10-year snapshot, there would be a 33.91% sort of increase. So then we need the inflation number to look at that over, again, a decade. Thank you.
All right. Further questions? I have a hypothetical. I'm looking at page 61, and you've mentioned it before that it's those 0-4 years that you're losing people. And that's what led to the problems in the phase one, trying to decompress your wages. So my question is, what are the roadblocks to, you also stated that these younger people, the benefits package that is outstanding, you're trying to sell them on it, but they're just not buying it. And then you're still up against this issue. You got a 837 on this scale turnover for those 0-4 year employees. What are the roadblocks to decoupling the benefit package for new hires if they want to, and giving them a different type of compensation in the early years? Is that possible in our system, or are we handcuffed? We can't do that.
Chairman Bear, that's a really good question. We have talked about that. We've had directors say, can I just tell them they don't have to pay into EGI, they don't have to go on the retirement system, and then pay them an additional $5 an hour, something like that. And we have talked about it. It would be a struggle to try to get that done. It's not easy, and I think that Kevin might have comments to that as well, but it would be very difficult. We've talked about it multiple times. It comes up on a regular basis.
Mr. Chairman, the first thing that comes to mind is that when Obamacare was originally authored, Aaron and I, we went to every single agency and we explained to them what the requirements were going to be and how you classified an employee as an employee or a contractor or an AWAC. That was an extensive event, and one of the, what came from that is even the AWACs, we have to offer them a single EGI. We have no choice in that anymore. Prior to Obamacare, we had that choice. We don't have that choice anymore. So that is an obstacle that we just simply can't overcome. And then as economists, what you'd say is that your EGI rate for those that are in this plan would skyrocket, because those that are healthy, that we rely on to be robust for not only the EGI plan, but also the retirement plan. That's the whole idea behind the retirement plan as well. So if you undercut that, then expect challenges with your actuarial soundness of both the retirement plan and the EGI. Now, I could go on in further detail, but I think I hit the top marks on this.
Further questions? Okay. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. We are on page 123. This is 122, priority number 7, the NeoGov increase. NeoGov is what we recruit with. It's also what we do our performance management with. It's integrated into the SAO system. If I had more time, I would go into all of the things that HRD has done in the last year, all of it manual. We don't have an HRIS system. And so NeoGov is one of our only areas where we can kind of piece together a little bit of an HRIS system, a human resource information system. So this does our recruiting, it does and it does it also for the judicial branch if they need it. They'll call us and say, we need help recruiting. Legislative branch if they need help. So the performance appraisal process is in there. There's a lot of core functions. It's like 70% there to an HRIS system. It's a lot cheaper than a couple $1 million system. So this is simply to maintain what we have right now under priority number 7, and it's $150,913.
This priority. Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. We're on page 123. Priority number 12, this is our reclass database. When an agency would like to, has, say, a vacant position and they want to reclass it to a different position because they need something somewhere else, happens all the time, you need to be a little fluid. It goes through the reclass database. Now, ETS is the one who built this for us. They built it 10 years ago, maybe 8 years ago. And it needs some maintenance. There are some things that are going a little awry in the reclass database. So 12,636 is what we need for the reclass database to make sure it's as robust as it is. It's a good program. It's bare bones. It's easy. People are able to use it. I use it on the regular basis to approve. Aaron uses it on a regular basis as well. So that's 12,636 to maintain that database through ETS.
Director, how long does it take from request to approval to reclassify an employee?
Thank you, Chairman. That is a good question. It's a question that comes up a lot. One of the things that happens is when you start a reclass with HR in there, and say I'll pick A&I because I don't want to pick on another agency. Say that I want to change a position. I go to my HR and say, I want to do this and reclass it to this. They have to do a bunch of work and get the employee to do their JCQ and make sure that something is changed if it's a position that is already there or is filled. Vacant ones are easier. But HRD, the process they take from start to finish, they're allowed to have 90 days. It rarely takes more than a couple weeks. So what happens is somebody might call and say, we've had this reclass for, 4 months. The problem is that reclass was sitting in the agency for 3 of those months, trying to figure out what to send down to HRD. So, and we figured out, that's generally what happens. So now that we have consolidated HR, we are able to see when a reclass gets asked to the HR person that's, at YDOT or somewhere else, and see how long it's taking. So it takes a while in the agency, but when we get it, by the time consultative services gets it, they usually have that done quickly, unless they're in a situation where they're doing a study. Like, for example, a trade study, a snowplow driver study, where we look at them and see if they're being paid properly. When we're doing a big study like that, it might take a little bit longer, but generally speaking, they get it out within a couple weeks. Studies can take a little longer. The last one that I remember being involved with was trades, and it got stopped halfway through with Governor Meade. So it started and then it stopped because he stopped the studies at that point, and then it restarted again. Studies can take a month or two because you're looking at multiple positions in multiple agencies, and you're looking at hundreds of positions instead of just one. So the next one we have coming up is for the attorneys. So that's the DA's, the AG's office, obviously, and the public defender's office. And then you have a couple little attorneys scattered, not many, but you have a couple in the elected offices. So that one is going to be started in next month.
Actually, we're in the process, we're getting ready to finalize it. So that study's taken a bit longer, hundreds and hundreds of positions. We've also had hundreds of L number requests to the team because of legislative sessions, so our classification analysts review those as well. So that study's taken a little bit longer, but studies can range anywhere from a couple months, like Director Bach said, depending on the size, up to 6 to 8 months if we have, 500-600 positions in an occupational group or family.
How long does it take within the agency before it gets to you? How long should it take?
Chairman Bear, it should not take as long as it does. So if you have a vacant position, that should be easy. If you're saying, I have an 8 and I want it to be a 10 because I want them to supervise somewhere else, it's in a different position, they should be able to write that JCQ pretty quickly because HR should be able to help them with that.
Pages is a JCQ?
Usually about 4.
4 pages? Okay, so a day. Should be able to get it done in a day.
A
or two.
week, I would say within a week, because they have to.
It's government.
If that's all they're doing, so for example, our reclass person, and I say person, it's one. There's one person in HRD that does reclasses. So they can get that done pretty quickly. It's harder when you're in an agency and you have YDOT, for example, and they have 15 reclasses on their desk, and they have 2 HR people to be able to do that. It takes a little longer. So it depends on the workload, but it should not take months. It should take a couple weeks for the agency to get it done at most, and then it should take a week or 2 for us to get it done. So you're looking at a month total.
What's your experience with investment managers? Do you have to do a study on them? Do you have the information? What's happened? How long does it take if you want to reclassify an investment manager?
Chairman Bear, investment managers are harder. And one of the reasons why is it's statutory. You have statutory, just like with the retirement system. So I'm going to turn it over to Aaron because I don't want to say anything wrong, and I know enough to be dangerous about that subject.
Chairman Bear, I could get the specific numbers for you. We have a list that, by agency, how long average reclassifications take. The reclassification requests for the investment group shouldn't take that long. Like Director Bach said, they're statutorily driven, so we don't have really a lot of say in a lot of the things that go on with those positions. However, it is hard for us to look at those with classification. We don't see classification requests a lot for those. We see exception requests on salaries. And so the hard part for us is where those investment positions are already being paid are way outside of our pay tables or the rules that we already have in place to begin with. And so with the way that the compensation policy is written now, any request that comes in to the Human Resources Division that's asking to pay above the market policy position, just because that's where we budget the positions at, that's kind of a legislative mandate. That's how the budget division sets the budgets for each position. Our policy, then, we are the enforcers of that for the legislature and the budget division. So if anything comes in above that market policy position, that comes in as an exception request. And sometimes those are just extremely large, 40 to 50% increases. That is not something that we typically see in other occupational groups or families. And they're very large requests that we have a hard time approving. So there's a lot of going back and forth between the agency and my staff reviewing those initially before they come to me to make sure that we have enough justification, that we've looked to see, do we not have a candidate pool? Are there not people applying for these positions at these lower levels? Do we really need to pay $250,000 to get these individuals? So those do take longer. There's a lot of give and take. Those are large salaries, way outside the policies that the Human Resources Division has the authority to approve. And so when we're working with, Wyoming Retirement System or the State Treasurer's Office on those, we want to make sure that we've vetted all that, we've documented that, and we can justify why we're paying what those are paying. So those definitely take longer, but I can get you specifics on recent ones we've worked on.
And see, it can be challenging,
Yes.
clearly. When you have something like that, do you, within your department, make it a priority to try to get that done as quickly as possible? I mean, that's a big deal if this state relies on those investment earnings, so having the right people in place is pretty critical. So Does the department understand that, and are they doing all they can to expedite that?
Yes, Chairman Bear, we understand that, and definitely the elected official positions take a priority, especially for those types of roles.
Thank you. Further questions on this section? Okay, seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. Page 125, priority 19, just says federal funds. This was something, this is something I call cleanup or housekeeping. This was left over from the human resources consolidation. There were, I believe it was 5 positions at the Department of Health. And what we had to do was, and Kevin can probably talk a little bit more about this, swap that into general fund. And
Mr. Chairman,
somehow those funds were still remaining in our budget. So this is kind of a cleanup.
Mr. Chairman, essentially this is a net to zero because what's taking place is that the Department of Health is going to get billed through the SWICAP for HR services. And then their indirect cost allocation is going to make deposits into the general fund. So this truly is just a net to zero.
Any questions on this section? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay, we're back to spending authority. We're now in EGI. And the first one is priority 16A on page 141. So once again, this isn't an ask for an appropriation, it's an ask for spending authority. Excuse me, sorry. So this is life insurance spending authority increase, setting premium rates and maintaining the reserve policy to ensure the necessary funds are available to pay the pass-through of premium to the life insurance provider. Employees group insurance is only given the spending authority in the budget, and because it's not generally funded, all income is collected from member premiums and then employer contributions. So that's what we're asking for, and this is 1.5 million in spending authority so that we can pay those life insurance increases.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. Page 150. I'm sorry, 146, I missed one. This is the health insurance spending authority increase. This is the big one. Same idea, it's spending authority coming from the premiums, and it's $95 million.
Any questions?
There's our benefits right there. That's why we have these benefits, and $95 million is what we need for spending authority to pay those claims. And we're self-funded. I don't know if everybody knows exactly what that means. And I don't want to waste your time. But it's not an insurance company. We are the insurance company. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I just need a memory refresher on this one. Was there a recommendation from the actuary to increase these rates higher than what we saw adopted? Just in terms of keeping up with actual costs? It just looks like that there is a little bit of a decline here in the ending balance.
Chairman Bear.
Director?
Representative Sherwood, yes, we are looking at a 6.3% increase starting on January 1st for health insurance. That's not something you see in the budget book. So we are increasing the premiums on employees and the employer groups. And just to be clear, it's not just the executive branch. So we are about 40% of the employees, 60% is outside of the executive branch. So it's UW, community colleges in Natrona County. What's that? City of Laramie and Town of Hudson.
Thank you. Okay, so it's 6.3% premium increase. What was actually recommended?
Chairman Bear, recommended from the actuary. I believe, and we might have to, I'm going to have Karen Williams come up, no relation, she is the program manager for the Employees Group Insurance, and she is able to answer those questions a lot better than I can.
Thank you, Chairman. The actuarial company, our consultant came back. We have been deficit spending. Claims have increased substantially since January of '24. It was on the incline. '25 has been pretty substantial. Out of the last 21 months, we have been paying claims at more income than we are receiving for those claims 13 months out of the 21. So we have spent down $43 million of our reserves. And in the dental, 17 months out of the last 21, we have paid more in claims than we've collected in premium. So that only makes up about 2.4 million, but we're still looking about $45 to $46 million since January of '24 that we have spent that wasn't covered by the premium we're collecting. So the actuarial company, in order to solidify our reserve policy by the end of '26, to do it all in 1 year, they recommended a 17 point something to do it in 1 year. Or their other recommendation was to do a 10.4 over the next 3 years, so that by the end of '28, we would reach that target reserve that we're trying to maintain as far as being able to pay claims. So my recommendation was a 10.4. There are some issues with being able to do an increase based on the current budget load. Any increase we do above what the budget load is for the agencies, then the agencies have to figure out where to find that money. If there's no way for the agency to find that money to take the increase in the employer contribution, then the employee will bear the burden of the entire increase. So 6.3 was the recommendation, was Director Brock's recommendation to the governor, but that is, I think, largely because the budget wouldn't have allowed it. So that answers your question. I'll stop.
Representative Sherwood?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I feel like I have opened a can of worms at this late hour here. What does that do, the 6.2, 6.3% projected out then over 5 or 6 years? Does that get us to where we need to be, or are we going to constantly be, how often is there a recommendation to make these adjustments? I mean, I'm very sensitive to these costs being passed on to the employees, especially right now during inflation and everything is so expensive, but I also want to be sound in our accounting and be able to pay our bills. So obviously quite a balance here. But yeah, 17.29% down to 6.3 is quite a difference. I just want to understand the benefit and the risk to that decision. Thank you.
Sure, Chairman Bear, I can answer this too. When you look at what the actuarial information is, that comes through EGI. So I have the program manager write me a letter on what they recommend. Then I look at it in general, and that's the checks and balances that we have. So when I look at what we have in reserve, and we're still within the floor and the ceiling of the reserve, then I look at what the budget load is and what we have in budget, and I came up with the 6.3% to recommend to the governor. Now, that doesn't mean next year we're not going to have an 8% if we can. There's still the budget load issue. But what we want to do, everybody in the country is having an increase right now. The last thing I want to do is say, great, we're going to give everybody the pay table move and then take it all away to EGI. And that is something that I'm more cognizant of. The program administrator for EGI is doing what they need to do to tell me 17% is what it is, and if we do it in 3 years, we can do it by 10. And then what I do is look at it for the history on where we have been. So I'm comfortable with the 6.3 for this year. Next year, it might be a little more. So that's something that we will work on between now and then. But we are still within the reserve policy for our money.
Follow-up?
Thank you. So can you can you refresh my memory on what that reserve policy or that goal is? And then give us an update on the current balance of the account. Thank you.
Chairman Barry, yes, I can. About 2 years ago, we changed from a target to a floor and a ceiling. I have been in the JEC room, and I know Senator Salazar and Senator Gru and everybody else who was here then. There is a big difference of opinion on where we should be on our reserve policy. I remember one of the House members wanted to go higher than we were, and we were high at that point. We were at 120 million that we had in our reserve. So we came up with the floor and the ceiling. The floor, I believe, is 30.
It's probably 43, because for next year, it's 46.8.
46 million for next year. The ceiling is gonna be somewhere around
136.
136. That's a broad range. So we tried to look at a target. That doesn't really help us either. So what we do is look at it and we send it to LSO as well for transparency, because there was a time when I first became director that we were down to almost zero in our reserve. COVID helped us. COVID saved us, actually. Nobody went to the doctor, and all of a sudden we had our reserves back. And that was 2019, actually. So when you look at EGI, we look at it on a monthly basis. Every month, I'm looking at what that reserve is. We can, if we are in big trouble and all of a sudden there's a couple $1 million babies and those happen, we pay out of that reserve. So if there's $4 million babies and a couple really bad cancers within our membership, it could be rough, and we might have to come in a mid-year increase with the employees. So we watch it very carefully, and we don't want to do that. That is not something we want to do. We're okay right now, but next year our number is probably going to have to go up a little.
Do we have an updated balance on where that's at today?
I'm getting it.
Somebody's getting it.
I know.
Mr. Chairman, I believe on Monday it was around 63 to 64 million.
66?
66 on Monday.
Other questions? All right, please proceed.
We are on page 150, priority 16C. This is dental insurance spending authority. It's 5.2 million. It's the same description that I've kind of given on the last three. So that's all spending authority. And then priority 16D, that's on page 155, voluntary insurance spending authority increase. So what this is 100% employee paid. So if you want to have voluntary, there's a couple voluntary programs we have. If they want that, they can buy into it. It's usually cheaper through us than it is out on the market. And that is spending authority as well for the pass-through monies on that at 3 million.
Any questions on this?
We're almost done. Thank you, and we're almost done. Page 162, position transfer to General Services Division Administration. This is out of economic analysis. That's the negative of the positive we did earlier. So coming out of GSD, it's the net to zero. And last but not least, page 163, priority number 14, gas pricing subscription increase. This is for economic analysis. It is $3,000 for them to make sure they have the information they need in order to work through the CREG. And that is, in fiscal year 2025, the cost was $1,800. And now that enterprise license is now $3,000, so.
Mr.
Per
Chairman,
biennium.
we spoke of this in the State Budget Department's conversation, that this is a strategic sourcing event to where we're saving money across the enterprise. This is the share that we would have the expectation of economic analysis to benefit from. But remember, we can add as many seats as we want now for nothing.
Seeing none, would you like to wrap up?
I would love to wrap up. I wanted to just jump back to the AutoCAD. We got more information on that. The previous cost was $4,000 in 2016, but that version is no longer supported. That's why we're going through. So we have to continue, we can't continue using that one. We have to use the one that we put in the budget.
For the enterprise, or the software,
Yes.
and that was a license. Okay, all right. All right, I want to open it up to the committee for questions on anything in this budget that is not an exception request. Is there any questions or concerns? Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not so much even into the other parts of the budget, but maybe more just a general question. Lots of moving pieces. Good job. I mean, that's all. Thank you for the crew behind you to make that reality. We've heard, obviously, audits are a conversation is when there's that many moving pieces and everything. What does it look like for you guys with audits, with KPIs, like, because even as we're talking about door locks and keypads, and I'm not disagreeing with you at all, but I also ask the question, there's so many moving pieces. The KPIs and those audits help us to make sure we're doing our best. Do you guys, are you on like a regular schedule where you're like, hey, we want to have that outside look in to say, yes, we're doing the best we can? Or do we have KPIs to know we're meeting our marks and our points? Can you kind of talk a little bit on KPIs and potential audits?
Director Bob?
Thank you, Chairman Bear. I think the short answer is we don't have a consultant come in and do that. One of the reasons is we do not have the funding sources to do that. We could. I will say that the Management Council back in the day, for example, will audit procurement. And that's how we made a few changes in our procurement process. And so it's usually something coming from the Management Council that we'll get audited on. Not Management Council. Management Audit, sorry about that. I do that a lot. And Management Audit did that. So the short answer is no. If we did have the money, I think you would have most of the people behind me be thrilled to have a consultant come in and say whether we're doing it properly or not. I do think that the folks that we have in General Services Division, in Human Resource Division, and all our divisions do incredible work on what they do. We are a bare bones General Services Division for the amount of work that they do. But I don't think they would be put off by having somebody come in and say, hey, maybe you could do this better in a different way. So I don't know if that answers your question. Oh, yes. I'm going to turn it over to Andrew because he had something to add to that.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Coleman?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harrelson, without going into real details on it, but we have had some good discussions with Director McComey over at State Construction, and he has had this idea of strategic plans that would relate to identifying, particularly in the routine maintenance side, and having some assistance in helping identify what we need to be spending, what we need to be doing on routine maintenance, and to make sure that to see where we're at compared to that. And so that is something we have talked with him on, and we've welcomed that conversation with him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I appreciate that. Yeah, and that's kind of more the KPI concept of maybe a full audit isn't what I'm talking about, but just that simple thing of going, hey, 3 years ago, this was the best option, but there's 2 more options now, and we didn't know that, because sometimes, like you said, you are at that point of going, man, we need to get this done and this done and this done, and there's just, it takes so much time to look outside and go, how do we make that happen? So I appreciate that, and just would challenge at any moment, if there's another agency or entity that you're like, man, they're rocking that area well, let's pick their brain on how we could not spend $1 million to rekey a building or something of that nature. So.
Director?
Don't you think?
Chairman Bear, Representative Harrelson, yes, I do.
All right, further questions or comments on this agency? Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am a visual learner, so I would love to make a request. If somebody could flow chart for me, the process of a board coming under A&I. So the board votes, and then there's movement, what happens to the balance, whether it's positive, negative, the B11 transfer process, and then what we're seeing in front of us now in terms of the request to officially move those positions. I think I just want to get a grasp on the sort of the business process of how that flows. Thank you.
Chairman Bear, Representative Sherwood, we could do that for you. I believe that state geology is here, professional geologists, so they might be able to give you a little more on that. I will say that they always start under A&I. So when you get back to that position on whether it's somewhat funded, general fund, the reason why we like it to be general fund is because if they are under fiscal, under A&I, if all of a sudden they need to work on an emergency that happened in a different area, we don't get crosswise with how the funding is. So that's why when we have it come under A&I fiscal, it goes general fund, and then hopefully SWICAP fixes it. See, that's my example of SWICAP.
Mr. Hibbert? I'm going to resist that just a little bit. These boards have their fees. The fees follow the boards. The general fund asks things like consolidation for HR. I'll support Director Bach on, and that becomes a statewide cost allocation. But the fees that the boards collect, whether it's the geologist or the professional license boards or the podiatry board, those fees that they collect follow that agency regardless if it's independent or if it's supported.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just remembering your facial expressions when you asked the $95 million, you could almost do it seriously. But I'm just wondering, could you give us a little idea of what the state is potentially saving by doing it in-house and being self-insured as opposed to the open market? And that might give us a better idea of apples to apples, so.
I will probably turn it over to Karen. However, when we look at the efficiencies with EGI, we have, a select few folks working on this, and then we pay about $1 million a year, correct? For Cigna?
No, it's more than that.
Okay, more than $1 million a year for them to administer the plan. So what happens, being self-funded and having an administrator, they do the claims work, they work all that up, and then they send us the bills and we pay those bills. If there's a problem, if there's an employee that doesn't agree, then they do a grievance to Cigna. However, if Cigna says, nope, it wasn't medically necessary, then I'm the one who looks at that and whether that is medically necessary or not. So that's one part of self-funded. I don't think there is any feasible way that we would be able to do a full insurance with the monies that we have right now. We are very inexpensive on the overhead cost. I don't know the last time that we've even looked for how much it would be, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Williams to talk about that.
Wow, I was thinking about that. Mr. Chairman, thank you. New at this, thank you. I'll wait right out of my head. I did just confer this with the consultants in the past week, knowing that this question might come up. I don't know, a lot of you remember Ralph Hayes, he'd been here for 23 years, and he said for years and years that it costs 4 cents out of every dollar to administer the program, and so I asked them to vet that. I mean, I've been here for almost 23, and it still seems as though it would be pretty low. And maybe it's increased. It is still 4 cents out of every dollar to administer the program. So the money that comes in goes right back out to pay the claims. So hiring Cigna or hiring a health insurance and a dental TPA for their medical expertise on how to process those claims, the claims adjudication, which Director Bach referred to, but also using their network. If we go to a fully insured product where there's profit built into it, that's where you get into the big insurance company. By the state being the insurance company, yeah. On top of that, because of taking this position about 1.5 years ago, having a whole new set of eyes and a whole lot of things that I need to learn, I've worked very extensively with the consultants. We've removed some margin out of the rate setting process because we already have that margin. The floor and the ceiling is the margin, so why would we pad that in any way? There's a lot of stuff in looking at cash balance versus how we net the reserve, and being conservative for the soundness of the plan, but looking at how are we reviewing that? What is the best effective measure to make sure that we are continuing to be solvent? So I'll nerd out if you let me.
And Chairman Bear, I would say, and although Karen has been here for 20-some years, she is fairly new to the program manager position. However, what I'd like to say is that I am getting so much more information in the last year than I've ever gotten from the program before, with the consultants and what they're looking at, trying to change the plan, being more efficient with the plan, being more fiscally responsible with the plan. I'm very happy to have somebody like that who is looking at anticipating what question you're going to ask, and she has it and I don't. So I think that is a testament on how good EGI is. 4 cents on the dollar is very low for an insurance company.
Follow? Representative Smith? Okay, Representative Harrelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I know it's late, but I just wanted, so one of the beauties of my seat is I get to sit next to the encyclopedia that is Dawn right next to me, and
He's talking to you.
and I just kind of leaned over and I said, and I leaned over and I said, how many people are being represented in this 95 million? And he said roughly 34,000 covered lives. And you just do a simple math, and that's $1,397 in this biennium that we're putting into covering that. And I don't know when the last time you went on the open market to look for an insurance policy, but we're not. This isn't even comparable. I mean, this is like a month or 2 months worth of premiums to cover this program. So very, very cost effective.
Director, did you want to add anything to that?
I just want to thank you for the time. I know we took a long time. ANI is small and mighty. I mean, we have 260-some employees, but we do a lot of different diverse work, and I really appreciate the time you took to talk to us. I really do appreciate that.
Well, I want to thank you for answering our questions. We've given you a few tasks to get back to us on. We look forward to that information and continuing to work with you in the future.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Oh, the boards are next.
Yes.
So I'm going to sit here for the independent boards.
Okay. Mr. Richards?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the vast majority of boards, some of whom are still here, have no exception requests. There are 8 boards with an exception request. 3 of those have only TRP requests. So the 5 remaining boards with requests, all of which are quite small, include the Board of Barber Examiners, the Professional Teachers Standards Board, the Medical Licensing Board, the Board of Outfitters, and I think you've discussed the Board of Professional Geologists, which is moving their 2 positions to ANI in a prior request. So if you had any questions of those, these are agencies 16, 19, 52, 75, and 84. Again, that's agencies 16, 19, 52, 75, and 84. A keen eye might notice that we are not looking at Agency 38. They have their own hearing, that's the Wyoming Gaming Commission. They are an independent board, but they have a lot more going on than a typical occupational licensing board. Oh, yes, all of these are in Agency 6B, if you're in the hard copy book, 6B.
Mr. Richards, those boards that did not have a request, did any of them have a desire to speak to the committee? We just want to make sure that they all had an opportunity to come and speak before us if they did have a request.
No, we have none.
Okay, all right, then let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Joanne Reed. I am the administrator for the professional licensing boards of A&I. As has already been spoken, we don't have any exception requests for 20 of our boards. However, we have just taken on the professional geologists, and they do have the exception request that balances out the one that you heard previously from Rory.
Okay, Ms. Reed, please proceed with your presentation, or let's get on to the first board if you have one.
I'm not familiar with this board. I do have, we did take them on back in, we've been working with them since the end of July, so we're still learning about the professional geologists. They did find themselves in a situation of a negative balance, and they sought solutions, and one of those solutions was coming under the professional licensing boards, which is obviously already extremely helpful. We anticipate just that move alone, they should be back in black by the end of the 27-28 biennium.
Can you give us the page number that they are in this book for 6B? Professional geology.
Yes, it's toward the end, Mr. Chairman, Agency 84 in volume 6B.
They're all, the page numbers start over with each board, don't they?
Correct. I believe it's the last agency in the volume.
Okay. Do we have anybody from the board here tonight?
Yes, sir, we do. We have the board chair, Brian Smith.
Mr. Smith, welcome. to join.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Budget?
Yes, I would. We became aware, we were an independent board, and we became aware of this budget outfall as a result of an audit last December. And so in January and February, we had meetings with our sitting executive director to try to find out how we got where we got. And there was there were a lot of frustrations in finding that out, but ultimately, at the end of the day, we felt that the only way to rectify that financial situation would be to come under the professional boards. And we didn't have, the financial expertise. It was clearly obvious that the personnel that we had running that didn't possess that financial expertise to do things correctly. And so we wanted to move as quickly as we could, and the best solution that the board felt where we could rectify this was to come under the administration.
We had some questions earlier from Representative Sherwood about how this all flows. Is there any experience that you can share with us, or Ms. Reed, that you could share with us about how this all happens once the decisions is made to come under them?
Chairman Bear,
Director?
I think with Representative Sherwood's question, it was more related to the positions that were coming under finance. So basically, going under Rory's division. In this case, these positions are going to the PLB, which is not generally funded. So I don't think that's an issue with this one. The one I believe that Representative Sherwood was discussing was the Board of Geology, which is different than the Board of Professional Geologists. And so I think that's the issue, and we will get a flow on that.
Okay, all right. Okay, any questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here, and we'll move along.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, it might be best to work through that book, and there's only a handful of these in sequence rather than jumping around. So the first one in sequence is Agency 16, the Board of Barber Examiners.
Okay.
It should be early in your book, 6B.
Welcome to Joint Appropriations Committee. Thank you for your patience, waiting all night to get here. We appreciate that. Whenever you're ready, please introduce yourself to the committee and the public, and welcome to Joint Appropriations Committee.
Thank you. My name is Sharon Bennett, and I'm the Executive Secretary for the Board of Barbers. We have two priorities. The first one is on page 12, but I don't know if you guys' page number, okay. Page 12, and it's $300 request, just to help cover cost of postage, as of course those fees are going up, just in simply mailing licenses and renewal reminders and that kind of thing. And the second priority is for $6,000 to help cover cost of travel for inspections.
Okay, so I have a question about travel. How have you been covering travel in the past? What's happened that we're up to $6,000 that's needed additional?
So we probably should have asked last budget. We kind of barely getting through this one, but two things have happened. The number of barbers has increased, and the number of schools has increased, and the cost of travel has gotten high as far as hotels, mileage.
Okay. What kind of account balance did you end up with at the end of the last year as far as travel expenditures?
I don't have our balance from last year. We did make it through. We were not short. We did end up moving a little money. They do have a little money in out-of-state travel, which they didn't use. So we were able to move that in. That was $1,000. And that was able to cover that.
Okay.
And we're just, a lot of this is a little bit of guessing. We're just assuming that the number of barbers is going to grow and that the cost of travel is going to keep increasing.
What is the increase in barbers in the state over the last 12 months or 24 months?
So their numbers were very small. In 2019, they only had 80, not even quite 80 barbershops in the state. And I think we're up to about 120 now.
Okay.
And we also had no schools, and we now have 4.
4 schools. Okay.
And it's, some of the cost in this is just because there's not a lot of them, but you have to go a great distance sometimes to just get to one.
Right. And are these board members that would be traveling, or inspectors, or who's?
There are board members, they're barbers, and the Board of Barbers still do their own inspections.
Okay, all right. Any other questions for the board? Okay, seeing none, we thank you for being here and presenting this to us, and we'll go from here.
Thank you.
You have a good evening.
You too.
Mr. Richards?
The next agency is Agency 19, the Professional Teachers Standards Board. and they have 3 requests that appear on page 9. Department 19, page 9.
Welcome to the Joint Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Brendan O'Connor, and I'm the Executive Director of the Professional Teaching Standards Board, and I brought my Assistant Director, Stephanie Bembo, along with me. As Mr. Richards mentioned, we do only have the 3 exception requests. Our first priority is for the licensing software maintenance increase of $13,180. Just this past April, we launched successfully a completely online licensing system, which was the first successful attempt. For some of you who maybe have been in the legislature for a while, this has been like a 12-year trial with 2 failed attempts. So we have a successful one. It's working very well. And so this helps us with our licensing costs for my staff to use the platform. And you've heard some other agencies earlier this week talking about Salesforce licenses, and that's what we're doing. So that helps us get through also it helps us get through our contracted maintenance and support, which will end in February of 2027.
So, Mr. O'Connor, what does this software do for your applicants? What do they get to do via the software?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a great question. All of our applications are now fully online, so they can complete them wherever they are, across the nation, across the state. Previous to that, we were using fillable PDF documents that they were emailing in. We didn't want people to put their social security number on those documents, so my staff had to call each applicant and say, yes, I'm really from PTSB. Can you give me your social security number? And a lot of hassles, as you can imagine, with that. So this streamlines that effect. Again, they can access it. They can actually see, kind of track where their application is in the process instead of just kind of guessing. And it's like, you know, we have on our website our processing times roughly, we were like 4 to 6 weeks. And 2 of those weeks is waiting for background checks to clear from DCI. And so they were kind of in limbo, but now they can check whenever they want. School districts can check on their employees and they can see, wait a minute, this says an incomplete application. What did you not turn in? They can help prompt their employees to get their materials in. We also have streamlined our discipline maneuvers. Anyone in the public can file a complaint against an educator. We do not accept anonymous complaints, and the educator obviously gets full due process. They can respond back to that complaint. That is now all captured within this system as well. And we have been able to transfer to the state-approved credit card processing company. So it's a seamless, they finish their application. The next page is payment. They can choose to pay now and do that securely online. And the application is submitted automatically. It shows up on our back end, or they can choose to pay later and they would mail in a check or money order, and then we would process that. So it has improved our efficiency. It has improved. We've gotten great compliments from our applicants saying, oh, thank you for this.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So making it available to the communities to file a complaint against a teacher, what kind of increase have you seen as far as complaints, and how many of them are legitimate and dismissed, and are you actually revoking licenses because of these complaints?
Director O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Smith, we have seen an increase. I think kind of word of mouth has gotten out that we exist a little bit more than we have. We've always had that authority to that's in our statute, that we can take disciplinary action. There has been an increase on that. I don't have direct numbers because so many are still in flux of how many dismissals we have. The majority end up getting dismissed. We have had some revocations. We've actually had some recently. And we've had voluntary surrenders where the educator decides, okay, I don't want to hold this anymore. Well, they give it back, so to speak. We've done some suspensions, and we've done some what are called like advisory. They're a settlement agreement, but we're advising. It's like, we're not going to do additional discipline against your license if you take some of this professional development. You know, you're kind of getting near a boundary edge or something. So let's pull you back, let's get you straightened out a little bit, and so you can continue your career.
Follow up? Okay. Any other questions on this priority? Seeing none, please advance to the
Thank you.
next one.
Mr. Chairman, the second priority is a position reclassification for $24,496. Even before our new system, it was evident that I came in as the executive director in February of 2022. And so as I've grown in that role and have grown my staff in that role, it's come out that we have two people doing the same role, but they're classed at different levels. But the expectation is still the same. And actually the person that's classed lower, even though we're talking about position-wise, they actually help train the person who's classed higher. And so they're doing the same job. With the new system, it's become even more evident that they're doing the same job. They're both doing our intakes. They're answering the questions that are coming in from the applicants in the school districts. And I have worked with them over the last few years where they are knowledgeable about our rules, about our structure, about our processes. Whereas previously, when I started at the agency as the assistant director, the lower classed position would often hand off a lot of questions earlier, but now they have been trained to answer those questions until they get to a level that's like, I need to pass you off to a licensing specialist.
Other questions? I'd like to back up to the previous one on the software. First of all, what is your fee for a teacher to get certified?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is, we have just this last fall went through the rules promulgation process, and we just increased our fees, and it just got signed into effect about a month ago. And so I believe for a standard educator license, which is good for 5 years, covers most teachers, administrators, it's $235.
You had mentioned that you struggled getting this software up and going. It kind of took a couple of tries at it. Can you tell us what caused the failure before?
Mr. Chairman, it is before my time, so some of it is hearsay.
Okay.
So, but my understanding.
Before my time as well, but I'm just curious.
Okay.
So.
My understanding is the original attempt was made by ETS. They thought they had the capacity to create this, got into it, was appropriated money, was not able to do that.
Okay, got it.
Money's, gone, spent. Second attempt came just prior to my coming on as the assistant director. From word of mouth from our agencies and our associations across the nation, we heard of this one company. Yeah, they're really good. They do have some existing contracts in the state right now, so I don't want to say their name. They got us going. I started in October. By the following May, we're still not seeing any work done. It's like, okay, you got us to the login page. What next? So, well, we're working on it. We got all these things here. And so we canceled that contract in 2020.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that rendition. All right, let's go ahead and advance to the next.
And then the third one is a TRP, which I believe you've heard plenty of.
Okay. Any general questions for the Board of Teacher Certification? Seeing none, we thank you for being here and
Well,
coming
thank you for
tonight.
the
Thank you for
opportunity.
waiting so long to get here, too.
Absolutely. You've had a long day yourselves. Thank
All
you.
right. We appreciate you. Okay, Mr. Richards?
The next agency is the Agency 52052 Medical Licensing Board, and the Executive Director, Kevin Bonenblust, is here. Page number 11 has 3 requests. This is a more significant amount, about $750,000.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Von Blass, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Appreciate you coming here. Welcome to Joint Appropriations Committee. While I'm getting to my proper page, I'll have you go ahead and introduce yourself and start with your presentation.
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman and Representatives and Senators. Name's Kevin Bonenblust. I'm the Executive Director of the Board of Medicine. The board licenses and regulates the practice of medicine by MDs and DOs and also by PAs. We've got about just shy of 8,000 licensees at this point. And what we're doing is coming to you asking for some help because it's a song you've already heard, and that is that our information systems are not doing what they need to do for us to serve our licensees and the public. And so we're asking for the opportunity to, on our first exception request, to facilitate the move to be determined soon, I hope, different vendor and get us to something that can serve our needs. To give you an idea what the situation is, quite literally today, for the first time in 15 years, we had to stuff paper renewal forms to mail them out to our PAs. And that's a step, like I said, literally 15 years back. So this is something that we really need to do. The good news is that the board has the funds in its account. They're funds that were paid by licensees, so it's basically returning to them what they've paid for. And so we're hoping to do that. We're asking for a total of $710,000 in that first exception request. $560,000 is for the conversion. It's sort of the trying to overlap the two systems so that we don't try and go cold turkey from one to the other. We don't want to break up licensing. We licensed last year close to 1,500 docs, and our numbers are going up. And so that means every business day we're open, we're licensing about half a dozen doctors. And so what we really want to do is make sure we keep that thing running and running well. So that's why we want to have an overlap here, that we know it's going to be expensive to also stand up the new system. So that's what our best estimate in conjunction with ETS is to get that overlap done. And then remaining $150,000 a year ongoing, or excuse me, for the biennium ongoing, because we know the costs have gone up. We're on sort of a bargain contract right now, and in some ways it kind of shows that we're getting what we're paying for. And so we realize the costs will go up. But again, the board's had very robust revenue. I can tell you right now, this year, the board has been charging a whopping $10 for an annual license renewal for a physician or a PA. And that's because of the large numbers of applicants that have been, getting licenses in Wyoming. And we've been, I'd like to think, doing a good job financially. And so we said, look, we're going to return this money to our licensees. So we've actually temporarily cut a lot of licensing fees, but we still have the funds to do this. And so we would ask your support for that. And I'd be happy to answer questions on that first exception request.
First of all, let me say I appreciate that you return those funds by reducing those renewal fees. What is a new fee for a doctor?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's great. There's two fees now because we have the traditional path where it's the usual collection of paper and everything and references and all those pieces. And we charge now $400 for a license and application. When I first started about 17 years ago, we were charging about $400. We got as high as $600. We dialed it back again because had the ability. Because we're also part of the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact, though, which we actually started, we were the first state in. 2/3 of our license applications come through that now. And we have less paperwork to do with those because it is an interstate process. Other states are vetting physicians for us. We don't have to do as much work. So that's, I believe we're at 325 on that license. So it's a lower fee since we do less work.
Been already licensed in another state, those $325 ones.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, they've already been licensed, and they are basically cream of the crop. They are what I would say the top 80% of physicians, so that they've got higher credentials. They're board certified. We've done criminal background checks, all those things. And so they're the good actors, yes.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Can you tell me, what is your annual revenue?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, we are budgeted right now, this upcoming budget is about 2.9 million. Our previous budget was about 2.6, I believe, the one we're in right now. And until we started putting the brakes on our revenue, we were generating probably $500,000 or more per biennium over what we budgeted because the licensing numbers kept growing. And so that's what put us in the position of then cutting fees so that we were giving that money back because we didn't need that money. There's a statutory requirement that we not spend more than really what it takes to run, or take in more than it takes to run our program. So we said we're going to reduce it. So we finally got the brakes on that and slowed it down.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, so you're asking for $700,000 some odd dollars, but you have the revenue to pay for it?
Mr. Chairman,
But, yeah.
page 15 is their special revenue table. And you can see their anticipated expenditure budget, and you can see their anticipated revenue, and they have the revenue to cover this. And while I have the mic, Mr. Chairman, this request, they have requested it to be effective immediate so they can get started on it as soon as possible.
That begs the question, how long do you anticipate this conversion overlap to take place?
Well, Mr. Chairman, nobody likes a system conversion. It's the worst thing you can go through. And so we'd like to get through as quickly as we can, not only for our own sanity, but for that of our licensees. We're hoping to get it all done in calendar year 26, which would be converting over first physicians, then PAs, and all the different forms and applications we get in. So we have the funds, the licensees have paid for it. We would love to have the permission to be able to do that, so.
Okay. All right, further questions? Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick question. So you said 8,000 currently, roughly 8,000 that you are servicing with your licensing or credentialing oversight. Are all those located in the state of Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman, that's the great question. Out of our 7,500 physicians, only about 1,400 are in Wyoming.
Okay.
And that's, interesting enough, the same number it was 17 years ago. We've increased total licensure, but those resident in the state have not gone up. Doesn't mean that the docs who are getting new licenses aren't working and taking care of patients. They're not moving here, but telehealth, doing rotations, coming in on emergency rooms, all sorts of things like that have really, that was one of the good things about COVID. It opened the door to a lot of those opportunities, and that's really fueled our growth, I believe.
Okay. Further questions? All right, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. The next item is a $33,000 exception to go ahead and contract for DocuSign. If you've done a car loan or any kind of loan recently, you've probably used DocuSign or something like that. And we went to using it under a pilot program with ETS. They were trying it out to see how it would work. We use it for our references that we get on physicians and PAs. We ask them to have colleagues give them references to us, and they explain, just exactly what they think. And 9 times out of 10, you'll ask somebody for a reference, and they'll say, "Oh, they're great guy, great guy, great guy." But that 1 time out of 10, you may get something that says, "Yeah, he's doing really well ever since that DUI." And so that opens the door to questions you need to ask. And so this is simply moving us from that pilot program that ETS had into putting us on real time, because we have had applicants forge references, and so this has helped us nip a lot of that in the bud as well. So this is just continuing what we've been doing to make sure we have a good product coming through.
Okay, further questions? Okay, please proceed. I guess we've got TRP. We're handling those through ETS, so if there's anything else you'd like to share with the committee tonight?
No, I'm always happy to answer any questions, but I don't want to stand between you all and dinner and maybe an adult beverage. So if you don't have any questions, I'll get out of your hair.
Are there any questions for the board? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Mr. Richards?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I did not mention this board at first, but Agency 54, the Board of Nursing, Rachel Philbrandt is here. Technically, they have a TRP and then a $1,152 request for Grammarly, which you've seen before. It's a dictation software.
Good. Welcome. Welcome to Joint Appropriations Committee. Please introduce yourself to the public and to the committee.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. My name is Rachel Philbrandt. I'm the Executive Director for the Wyoming State Board of Nursing. And as mentioned, our one exception request is for Grammarly to ensure proper clarity, professionalism, and consistency throughout.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you. Thank you, Director, for being with us. Apologies that you had to wait, but it's good to see you. I did have a question regarding the vacancy report. It looks like you have 2 open positions. One is fairly new, an office assistant. The other one is an office support specialist. It's been open 27 months. Can you speak to that and sort of what your strategy is in terms of wanting to fill it or not wanting to fill it? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Representative Sherwood, when I took over as Executive Director in July of 2023, I started looking at the positions and tried to address whether or not those were needed or not. And our most recent one has been combined with another position, and I, at this time, do not feel that I need to fill either one of those positions.
Okay. Follow? Good. All right. Any further questions? All right. Well, thank you very much for waiting. We appreciate you and appreciate your diligence with your resources as well.
Appreciate it.
All right. You have a good evening.
Thank you, you too.
Mr. Richards?
Mr. Chairman, the last board of this evening is Agency 75, the Board of Outfitters. They are asking for some overtime pay for their investigators. It appears on page 10 of Agency 75, and before you is Amanda McKee.
Ms. McKee, thank you for coming here tonight. Thank you for waiting so long. Welcome to the Joint Appropriations Committee. Please introduce yourself and proceed.
Amanda McKee, the Executive Director at the Board of Outfitters and Professional Guides. Like I mentioned, looking at an exception request for extra money in our 100 for overtime pay. We have one investigator for the whole state of Wyoming that investigates suspected illegal outfitting, as well as our licensees. He is one guy that covers the whole state, works really close with other agencies, Forest Service, BLM, Game and Fish, but he does rack up some overtime hours on these cases.
Questions? So how have you covered this overtime in the past, or has this been a recurring exception request?
Mr. Chairman, actually, last biennium was the first time, and we had to do a B11 at that time. This current budget session, he's worked a really large case that they've been working for over 20 years with our previous investigators, and he spent a lot of hours on that. So they are actually very close to closing this one with some very big prosecutions. So that's why this one is probably a little bit bigger. I would like to mention that he tries to do as much as he can as one guy, especially covering a big state like Wyoming, and most of our cases come from that western side of the state, it seems. So, and he lives in the Buffalo area, so travel is quite extensive for him.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we did address that through the B11, and this Chapter 17 report reflects that about $7,000. That was more than the original budget for 23-24 experience. So it's right in the ballpark of what she's recommending.
And Mr. Hibbert, these are enterprise funds, correct?
Special revenue, absolutely, sir.
Okay. All right. Sure, we'll be interested to see how that case turns out.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions? All right, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to be here and share this information with us and being diligent to wait until you,
Perfect.
the very end.
Yes,
All right.
thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Mr. Richards?
Mr. Chairman, that completes today's activities. As you directed earlier today, the committee will convene at 7:30 a.m. Tomorrow you'll hear from the Board of Parole, the Department of Corrections, the Public Defender's Office, the Wyoming Business Council, and the Wyoming Retirement Center. Wyoming Retirement System, excuse me.
Wyoming Retirement System. Okay. And anything else from the members of the board or the committee? Been talking boards. I don't know how to act once we're done tonight. All right, we're adjourned. Thank you very much.